right, let's fire it up. Start the show, Timmy. That's Scorsese. Master storyteller. Damn. How does someone become a master storyteller, huh? You guys got any suggestions? Put them in the chat. I would really want to know. Boom! It's the Oscars, everybody. It's the Oscars. Yeah. I'm not very good traditional storyteller. My way of telling stories is really confusing and ass backwards. But that's why we like this show. It's different. It's a little bit different. And let's have some fun, guys. Earlier today, everybody already talked about this. So I don't know if you guys watched the Oscars. I want to know what you think. I've got the article from Hodinky. There's two articles. We've got obviously the new date that we spoke about a little bit yesterday, but I really want to jump into a little bit more depth and get people's perspective on this new date. Is it cool? Is it not cool? What does this watch means to you? And then we'll talk about all the different celebrities and what watches they wore to the red carpet for the 96th Annual Academy Awards. Some good stuff there. Let's see what do we got in the chat. Shout out to Time Flies. Tim is worthy of an Oscar. Whoa, really? No, I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. Maybe if I could tell the story of everything that happened to me here on these live streams in in some kind of a succinct way, maybe I could get an Oscar. But yeah, I'll take my time. JMB, don't be shy. Become a member and support the show. That's right, guys. I really hate the part where I have to beg you guys for super chats, for PayPals, and to become members. But I have to do it because I don't want to go to the cartel. I don't want to go to the authorized dealers and ask them and then have to toe their line. You know how it is. People who pay you tell you what they want to hear. So when I get money directly from the viewers, I could just tell the truth, and because my obligation lies with the consumer. You guys, if you guys want the best advice, that's just how it works. I mean, I tried it a different way. It's just, yeah. I like providing facts. So, and for that, unfortunately, somebody has to pay for it, and yeah, I much rather get paid by the viewers rather than some weird sponsors that we don't know anything about. Vinny, thank you so much. It's Timmy time. Thank you, Vinny. Shout out to Vinny. He's the one who made a recent video, just pouring cold water all over digital watch vault, exposing a lot of flaws in how it's supposed, like in how it's advertised, and just prove that you really can't trust anyone out there. You have to get good advice. Oh damn! I was trying. I want to drop the link to his channel. Just give me a second here. Let's hold on a second. I'm trying to get Vinny's YouTube channel for you guys. The link so that everybody can go and subscribe. There we go. Boom. There it is. It looks like he's a gray market dealer. He's trying things out. He's giving this thing a go. Go check him out. See what he says and report back. Do you agree with Vinny or do you disagree? OC91 got Timbo, Timothy, Timmy, Timothy. Those are all the ways to do it. Hey, shout out to JDMTL. We've got Doc and his watch. What's up, guys? Welcome to the show, Doc. How are you doing? It's great to see that you went out with the guys. And Doc is out of control. If you guys need a plastic surgery, get in touch with him. James, the advisor. Let's get this party started. Oh, yeah. Let me drop the link. Guys, if anybody wants to join the show, join me on the stream. The link is in the chat. We got Captain Kirk. Don't be fanboy to Hollywood. I'm not fanboy to anything. If Hollywood is not paying me, so I have no obligation of saying that they're good or they're bad. I'm just independent. I'm just looking and telling you how I think. MD Chaz Scorsese makes videos. He does, and his videos are bangers, one after another. Right? Scorsese. Let's see. What are the top Martin Scorsese films? Let's see here. Overview. Let's see movies. We got Killers of the Flower Moon. Ah, that was a Scorsese film. Okay. He obviously directed The Goodfellas, Taxi Driver, Wolf of Wall Street, The Irishman, The Departed. It's good stuff. Shutter Island. I actually went to see Shutter Island with my stepdad. It was quite an experience. Oh shoot! Speaking of experiences, Vinny,
Hey Timmy,
how are
can
you,
you hear me?
bro? Welcome to the show. Okay, if you have YouTube playing in the
Yeah.
background, you might want to disable that because
Okay.
you're gonna hear me twice. So turn off the YouTube.
Yes, I can hear you now. Can hear you now. How you
Hey,
doing? Calling America.
hey,
It's
yo,
late on here, to be honest. Quarter past 10. But I thought I'd tune in anyway. I saw your debate the other night, and that was interesting. I've got to say.
yeah,
Interesting as well. OC's comments, given the comments I got back from Paul Thorpe on the video that we put up there regarding digital watch vault. To be honest with you, I was a bit disappointed with the comments we got back from Paul Thorpe, given that he's one of the founders of the platform. To just completely sort of throw out the comments of us. I come at it from two different perspectives of as a collector and as a dealer as well. So for him to just come on and say you haven't done your research, and not really give indication as to what his problem was with my comments, because I did give him the chance to respond and say, yeah, respond. What did I say that you don't agree with?
yeah.
And he didn't respond. So
He
that
he
was interesting.
didn't he didn't come back to you and tell you what was wrong with your comment. So for those who are just joining, this is let me just set it up for everybody. This is in regards to this video that you made a couple of days ago. You pulled it down
Yeah,
for
that's great.
now. I'm gonna drop the link so people can go and watch it for themselves. But do you want to tell us what was the reason that you pulled it down?
Do you know what? To be honest with you, the reason I pulled it down was because it just wasn't getting good views on that
Hmm.
day. One of the reasons we make these videos, obviously, is we want people to watch them. And
Yeah, of course.
what I've learned over the 2 years that we've been doing these videos is the best upload days for us in the UK is usually Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays. We did it on a Friday because we were running late this week, so that's the reason we pulled it out. I thought,
Yeah.
right, is we'll re-upload it on Tuesday. But then, of course, it opened this sort of vacuum of speculation with yourself on this stream. So I thought, right, we'll put it back up just to close that vacuum now, because we've not been coerced by anybody with any of the platforms that we talked about to pull the video down. So
Okay.
that was the reason why, to be honest with you. But we put it back up,
Well,
and
because some people were thinking that maybe it had something to do with Paul contacting you and telling you to pull it down, or
yeah,
threatening to put a strike on you, or some. People like to speculate. And actually, I was told to take down some videos in the past. Actually, my one of the channels that we created recently was pulled down. Guess what?
yeah,
For
so yeah,
Yeah, for imitation. And now there's another thing. So, uh, Alan, he's been going through the analytics, right? And it turns out that someone bought like uh maybe 200 subscribers to for the new channel. So we started, they pulled down our channel, and then I started a new channel, and I was redirecting all the viewers who were there. But uh just earlier today, after talking to Alan, he told me that someone has secretly bought some subscribers, about 200 subscribers to that
yeah.
channel. So I'm thinking maybe they're going to try to shut us down again by buying some subscribers and then and then reporting the channel for like buying subscribers, right? There's
You
so
know,
many different tricky ways to that people
it
can
doesn't
shut you
surprise
down
me.
on YouTube. It's really
It doesn't surprise me. The practice of buying views and buying subscribers is widespread. I mean, there's a few dealers I know of who've got channels here in the UK that do that. It's obvious when you look at the channels and the sort of content that they're pumping out. You know,
yeah,
when you obviously we know because we do this, we know what sort of views and
yeah.
subscribers that we expect to get for every video. And this isn't like it isn't a big niche, is it really? With watch collectors, it's a small segment, it's a small niche. So we know what the figures should be or expected for subscribers, and there are other dealers in the UK that buy them. I mean, look, it may benefit them in terms of getting clients or leads. I'm thinking
It
because
might make it might make them look more legitimate than they actually are, right? So this is how Timepiece Gentleman, I think he was doing that all the time. He had like 100,000 subscribers. A lot of it was he got it like the authentic way, but oh, 1 second. For some reason, uh, 1 second. Okay, let's see. Maybe that's gonna be, but yeah, I'm just saying that somebody, but somebody can buy subscribers for someone else. It's a tactic uh
yeah.
that some people use, and I'm just saying I'm just worried that the other channel now is gonna get shut down for no reason.
Well,
Um,
it's because I mean, what you do, I think what your stream is, I watch it quite regularly, to be honest with you, and it is good for,
mm,
openness and free speech. Because if
yeah.
the industry needs anything, it is people speaking out and saying, "Look, this is what's dirty with the secondary watch market. This is what needs putting right." And obviously, you're up here every day, sort of doing that. So it's good work on that part. And that's why I think even no matter how small the channel is, they shouldn't be pulled down for a
Yes,
person.
I'm just trying to give voice to the people, to the ordinary people, not people in the industry, because there's so many people in the industry that have YouTube channels, and they have kind of taken over the narrative. They've been saying like how watches are investments, which watches to buy for the biggest return, and it's like nobody's challenging that. No one is saying like, hold on a second, watches. Yes, you could invest in watches, but noobs, that this is watch investing is for someone who's been into watches for 10 plus years, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
anyone who's been for 2 weeks thinks that they're, but this is the kind of impression that people get. They watch one video with Kevin O'Leary where he's wearing some watch. He says this is an investment. They go then watch a video with someone out there, and suddenly these people buy 3 4 watches. That's what happened to one of the couples that sent their watches to the Timepiece Gentleman. They bought up a whole bunch of watches, Rolexes, as an investment, and just random Rolexes, not even top end steel sports, really investment, the kind of quality, limited production, right? The most desirable down. No, no, just a whole bunch of random stuff, and they thought it was a big investment. They sent it to Timepiece Gentleman to cash out, and he took the money and ran away. And
yeah.
That's kind of what happens when the industry is there's no regulation, right? There's no laws that say how to sell watches. What can you say about what kind of promises can you make about watches? Because even in investing, like people can't just at the people working at the bank, they gotta have certain standards for what they can or cannot say about uh the kind of promises they can make. But yeah, anyways, I mean that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give
Yeah,
collectors, watch enthusiasts a voice and ability to, and also we're keeping track what a lot of these dealers are saying, because they've been saying 3 years, they've been saying one thing, now they changed and completely saying completely opposite thing, and they want us to forget what we said in the past. In the past, there's like past is the past. No, that's not how it works. You
well,
want to
just see the videos, don't they?
yeah.
To pretend it never happened.
Yeah, it's just pretending never. Oh, Tim, how can you talk about it? That was in the past. Listen,
Yeah,
past also counts. There's people who lost hundreds of thousands of dollars investing into watches. There's
Yeah.
some people who made money, but
I maintain the view that I think if chosen carefully and with the right set of sort of standards to uphold, that watches can be investments, but only if they're chosen carefully. So certain vintages, full sets, the right condition. And then of course, if you're going to invest in a watch to put away for value appreciation, you want to make sure that you're not wearing it, because that obviously devalues it in turn, because you're scratching it up and tarnishing it. And so it's I've always believed that they can be an alternative asset class, and
yes,
therefore potentially, if chosen right, can appreciate in value, but certainly shouldn't form, a major part of anyone's investment portfolio. It's there sort of with, there's fine wine investment, there's whiskey investment, that kind of thing, which is similar, arts as well. But yeah, that narrative of watches as investments has obviously played into the secondary market dealers a lot. And as you say yourself, a lot of noobs have come onto the scene. I mean, watch Kevin O'Leary and said that, not Kevin O'Leary, producer Michael, they said, oh, I need to go buy a Jacob & Co. now because they are great investments, because I'm such a big supporter of Jacob & Co. watches,
yeah.
which obviously, they sort of lose 80% as soon as you walk out of the authorized dealer. Lovely watches, and I would buy one, to be honest with you.
These are pieces of art.
Sorry?
They're pieces of art.
Exactly. I'm of the camp where I appreciate why.
Yeah.
I appreciate the position that they have in the market, but with how much money that they lose, I couldn't spend that sort of capital on one, or certainly not invest in one anyway.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. Like there are watches that could be investment. There's watches that are certainly will never be an investment. But also the watch investment stability is extremely fluid. Paul Newman's used to be watches that are completely unwanted. There's stories that somebody was showing a Paul Newman Daytona, like a salesperson was demonstrating Paul Newman Daytona to a customer, and they accidentally dropped it, and then instead of picking the watch up, they would just kick it under the table because it was such
Yeah.
an unwanted watch. It was not worth the time of just bending over to even pick it up. But now it's the hottest watch on the planet. Everybody wants a Paul Newman Daytona. So to invest in watches, you have to be in this hobby hardcore. You have to be watching auctions. You have to be watching all the news so that you stand on trends, because a trend change could kill a watch value, or it can raise a new potential hot watch that will become collectible in the future. We could see this, for example, with the Royal Oaks, how Royal Oaks went from being dogs selling for around 12,000 in 2011 to now almost all Royal Oaks are going above retail and way above retail compared to what they were selling in the past.
Honestly, from what I'm seeing in the secondary watch market, Royal Oaks once again, Audemars Piguets, nobody's asking for them. Nobody's asking for them. I know of so many dealers that still have them in their inventory. They're trying to get rid of them. They're reducing them sort of on a weekly basis, but there's just no demand. Obviously there's still demand at the authorized
Yeah.
dealers, and this
Yeah.
is still, but that hasn't filtered through yet from what's going on in the secondary market. The secondary market is still flooded with APs, flooded with a lot of Rolex stock that no one wants anymore, particularly rose gold day dates. And that's something that I think in this next year is going to filter out more, and we're going to start realizing, right, shit, I'm on a wait list for something that isn't making me money. I started doing the Flip or Pass series about a year ago, where I was actually revealing the trade prices that we would pay as dealers for said watch out of an authorized dealer. So, say for example, if you were on a wait list for, I don't know, a Black Explorer 2, 226 reference, I think it is. That now is way below retail at trade price. And part of the problem with flippers and those who want to invest in Rolex is that they don't understand that there is a difference between the prices that they're seeing on Chrono 24 and the prices that they're actually going to be paid for that watch from a secondary market dealer. in trade price. There's a big difference, and that difference, that gap, is just growing wider and wider and wider, because what's happening now is that dealers are trying to also build into that margin a risk margin for the volatility of the market. So, say for example, that piece has fallen by 10% over the last 6 months. A dealer would be looking at it and saying, right, if I'm going to hold this in my inventory, I want to make sure that I hedge my risk of that happening potentially over the next couple of months, and it's still being stuck in my inventory. So they're offering sort of bargain basement prices across the board. So that's one thing that people have to understand when they're on wait lists at authorized dealers. They're certainly not going to get a chrono price. They're not going to get a retail price, and that they need to ask around first with secondary market dealers to see if there's any sort of profit in any of these watches, which, to be honest with most of Rolex now, certainly all of the Datejust line, there's
Yeah.
nothing there for us anymore.
And just a little bit on the steel sports, but there's just so many steel sports out there. There's flood. Some of these bigger, professional dealers, they're holding like 10 Batmans, 10 Pepsis. They got tons of Daytonas, and it's just so much. And but the customers, they're seeing there's a possibility that somebody can get one now at retail. Like, people are much more likely to, like, if they see that, hey, they can get this watch from 6 to 12 months by waiting at a Rolex, or and in that time that they waiting, the price on the gray market just seems to keep falling. There's really no reason to rush to buy now, because if you buy now,
Yeah,
yeah, by
yeah.
the time you'll pay some, like, I don't know, 20, it'll drop down 12. So people are doing a lot of math. It has slowed down the death of the flipper. That's the biggest thing that has happened. But I think the watches and wonders, what's going to happen this year, it's going to be exciting to see. I think watch market is going to need some reshuffling, right? Because
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, whatever,
That,
I don't know what the next trend is going to be, but whatever
yeah.
it is, people that get the right watches at the discount right now, they'll be winners in a couple of years.
Will you be attending Watches and Wonders this year in person?
Yes.
You've been right,
Oh yeah.
lovely. I'll see you there then. I'm going as well.
Oh,
I went last year, and to be honest with you, I was very, very disappointed with it,
really?
because I mean, I saw it as
Yeah.
I had a YouTube channel at the time, and it was sort of very small, few hundred followers. But I saw it as an opportunity, to really get hands on with some of these new pieces. And I remember with brands like Tag Heuer, brands like Jaeger-LeCoultre, they were brilliant in that you could go into the booth, try the watches on. Panerai as well, they would take you around the back and give you a VIP experience. That was brilliant. Rolex was just a normal sort of AD setup. They were just in the booths. You had to queue up, Tim, to
Yeah.
see watches in their glass box. I thought, what the hell is this? I've traveled thousands of miles, paid all of this in, hotel costs, which is a fortune in Geneva, probably the
Oh yeah.
most expensive in the world, for me to see it in the glass box when I could watch a video on YouTube about it in better definition than what I can see it from 100 yards away. So that was really the most disappointing thing for me. And I made a video about it and actually ripped to pieces, to be honest, with that from Rolex. But there was an arrogance from Rolex, and there was an arrogance from them, because obviously they know they've got such long wait lists that they don't have to keep their clients happy. They don't have to have everyone, trying
Yeah.
them on and experiencing them at Watches and Wonders. So hopefully, I'm hoping that they've cottoned on to the fact that the industry has changed, and that they're going to actually have to start working harder for their clients now, like what they used to do.
Yeah, it used to be that the brands did, they would bend backwards for their customers. Paddock used to make like custom orders for not just super mega collectors. They would do custom orders for some people who bought only a few watches. They're
Yeah,
used to, yeah, these brands used to do a lot more.
yeah. It's
I,
luxury. It's what luxury should be. It's what you expect
right.
as as a watch enthusiast buying a luxury piece. If you didn't want that service, you buy a Seiko, or you buy a to be honest with you, get an even better service from Tissot.
Yes.
So the entry level Swiss brands, and the quality of their pieces now is exceptional. And certainly with what's going on in the market, there are a lot of high net worth clients that I know of, or people who I've spoken to before with regards to my business, that are buying the new Tag Heuer glass box Carrera. They're buying the new Tissot PRX because they're real enthusiast collectors. And actually, because they're seeing they're losing so much money on their investments that they made on Rolex over the last couple of years, they're more risk averse now. So they're holding off. And in many cases, with lots of even wealthy individuals, they're saying, well, I'm not going to pull the trigger on that Daytona from that secondary market dealer. I'll wait a few more months until it comes even lower. And many clients have actually got a target figure in mind they want to pay for a watch, and they'll just wait until it reaches that figure. And that's the problem. And I referenced it in another video. There is a race to the bottom almost with secondary market dealers. Have I lost you? Oh, you're there, Tim.
No.
There's
I'm
a
here.
race to the bottom. There's a race to the bottom with secondary market dealers because the buyers generally just aren't there. And so, if we're paying sort of £8,000 for that Explorer today, and we takes a few weeks to sell, then the next one we've got to be buying at less than that, and so on and so forth. So that's the cycle that is sort of holding up the secondary market at the moment. The dealers are just so, what would I say? I think hurt by the losses that they've made in general over the last couple of years. They are trying to hedge against it as much as they can, losing any more money on any other. So where will that end for me? I think it will end, something has to change where demand picks up and dealers actually start getting more requests from clients looking to buy pieces rather than clients looking to sell pieces. I mean, it must be in our inbox on a daily basis, we must get 10 to 1 in terms of messages of people looking to sell Rolex or other pieces than them looking to buy them from our own inventory.
There's more people selling because
absolutely,
they've been holding. Because I think it's probably because a lot of people, they bought these watches expecting a return, like an investment. You could go on your Chrono 24 if people added their collections into their thing. You could see it kind of the cash value grow, but that cash value is not realized until you sell it. And what a lot of people are not realizing, there's no buyers at that price point. Like you said, because everybody's racing to the bottom. Actually, like, that's a great opportunity there, is to, like, when people call and they want to buy a certain watch, put their name down on the list. Like, you could, like, gray market dealers should just start collecting names, numbers, and what watch they want and at what price point. And because market eventually will get there.
When it eventually reaches that, we can source this for you now.
Yeah. What price do you want it at? Or they say, I want the Cermet for 14. Okay, right now they're 16. We'll put your name down. When we have one for 14 available, we'll call you back. That's a great service.
Tim, you should be a businessman.
Yeah. I give away all of my best ideas for free. By the way, just really quickly here, we got some guy making accusations. He's saying you screwed him on the Submariner. Says I don't know. It's probably not true. It's just some troll. I'm just gonna say, if he wants to, if he's got any problems with you, he's free to jump on. The link is in the chat. Do you have any problems with someone who bought a Submariner from you?
Yep. Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Because there's usually some kind of trolls, and they'll go in the chat, they'll make some kind of wild accusations. But
to be honest with you, Tim, we don't really specialize in stainless steel rock. Personally, anyway, in my own business, we've had to diversify away from steel, sports, Rolex, and more into pieces under the £10,000 price point. So Cartier, Neo Vintage, Omega. I mean, that's how I started off. I started off purchasing from eBay a knackered old Tag Heuer, and I remember spending I spent £300 on that watch. Tag Heuer Formula One. It was my dream piece, and I just couldn't get around how knackered it was. So I thought, right, I'll polish it up myself. I'll refurbish the bracelet, and then I'll sell it to see if I can buy an even better one, a newer one, a Series 4 Formula One I was after at the time. And I made about £200 on it. I thought, right, well, this is good. So I got into that chain of sort of buying 3 or 4 tags every week, selling them on eBay. And that's how I built my business up. And we've kind of gone back to where we were before we worked our way up to Amiga and Neo Vintage, Amiga Seamasters mainly. So because that's where the more money is, the more margin is at the moment. And those pieces have remained, I would say, far less susceptible to the market movements and turbulence that we've seen over the last 2 years, which has mainly really happened with your Audemars Piguet, your Patek Philippe, your Rolex, them brands, and the likes of Amiga, Cartier, and Neo Vintage pieces have remained relatively unaffected by the turbulence in the market. I mean, I remember an old sort of 1990s, the original Amiga Seamaster 300M that was in the Pierce Brosnan James Bond film. I think it was it GoldenEye, the first one?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Was it the quartz one with the
That's
weight?
it. No, it was a 41 millimeter. I think it was mechanical.
Okay.
It was automatic. 41 millimeter. We were paying sort of £700 for them just a
Wow.
couple of years ago. Now we're paying double that. So if you're actually looking, when we're talking about watches as investments, one thing that nobody talks about are those entry level pieces, them entry level Swiss pieces, which actually have doubled in value, whilst the rest of the market has been going the other way in the opposite direction, because it's all to do with liquidity. There's a lot more people with the affordability in the market for buying those entry level Swiss pieces, and therefore those values remain relatively unaffected and do appreciate than there is for pieces over to the £10,000 price point. And not a lot of people say that.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, this is something that I could attest to, that I noticed, because I follow what market very closely, and in steel sports Rolexes have been coming down, but Seamasters, Speedmasters, they kind of remain. Seamasters remain in that 300M, remain at like 4,000 price point. I would expect that those Seamaster 300Ms would be 2,000 by now, with the
Yeah.
way it's going for Rolex Steel Sports. So it is interesting to see how stable and I think there's movement there. There's people who are selling their Omegas. They'll take a hit, but there's enough clients to pick them right back up for around 4,000.
The pain of losing a couple of £100 on an Amiga
Yeah.
isn't enough for you to say, right, I'm never going to buy an Amiga ever again. But the pain of losing £3,000 or £4,000, on a
Oh,
Rolex
there's
that you
more.
bought
There's
maybe.
people who lost 10,000. My Panda. Hey, look, I'm wearing Panda Daytona, right?
Yeah,
This went up to 50,000. I could have sold this for 50,000,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
bought it at retail. Obviously, I'm not selling it. I'm not in it to
Yeah.
make money. But hey, oh, and what are you wearing there? It's a Datejust two-tone.
Yeah. I was
Very
looking
nice.
to get fully authorized dealer, and it's one that I've just kept in my collection because I bought it from an authorized dealer here in Manchester, UK.
Hmm.
I remember actually standing outside their glass windows as a sort of 7-year-old kid with my dad, looking up to the £4,000 Submariners in the window. So that was sort of a big dream. And then we went back into that store years later and actually bought this piece, which is why I've kept it. And that's the main thing for me with watches, is it's the story, it's the reason behind it, and it's the memory. And there's a big memory and actual meaning behind this piece, which obviously goes beyond. I mean, to be honest, I could have
Yeah.
sold this many times over and made a small profit on it, but I'm attached to it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And it's all scratched up now. Obviously, his goal's no good. When you talk about steel or Rolex pieces depreciating, I mean, I had a Daytona two-tone 116508 in my own collection, which I'm looking to move on now. I paid £20,000 for it at the peak of the market. I'm looking to move it on. Now the trade offers that I'm getting from it are around 13,000. So that's a
Wow, that's
£7,000 would be taking on that piece,
devastating.
and I'm who works in it is devastating. And that's enough, Tim, for many people to say, right, sod Rolex, I'm never going anywhere near them ever again, because that idea that I've been brought up with, and it is sort of a thing that you're brought up with to know that, oh, that's a nice Rolex. Yeah, that's a good investment. That guy down the pub would say when he sees a Rolex on your wrist, that's a good investment, because it's sort of part of our upbringing to see Rolex as, oh, it's a good investment of money. But that
Just
I really feel now that psyche amongst collectors has changed
just so that people
because
understand, losing $7,000 on the watch is someone losing 466 hours working at $15 an hour. That is
yeah,
a devastating one, because most people, majority of people out there, they get minimum. They work for minimum wage, and that's that one miscalculated watch purchase at 466 hours of work gone, in the watch. That is, yeah, and that's why a lot of people, they will never, they will, well, it'll take them 20 years to forget what happened, how badly they got burnt in watches, for them to come back into the hobby, like, or anything. That's why I think, watch, gray market dealers, they have to start adapting to a new kind of clientele, and they need to create new niches within the hobby. Some appeal to newer people.
yeah. That's it. Some of the best dealers that I know in the UK are the ones that specialize in independent brands. They sort of focus on collectors pieces. There's one dealer I know of, Kibble Watches, and it's a family business that's been passed down through a couple of generations, I believe it is. And he's sort of got some, you were talking about fears the other day, the
Yes, yeah,
British
British
watchmaker.
watchmakers.
They'll have Fears watches, they'll have Christopher Ward watches, they'll have vintage Frog's Foot, Explorer Rolexes, that kind of real collector's pieces and that's really what I'd want to take my business eventually. But they've built a real established client base there that they tailor for. They're selling their watches as soon as they advertise them on Instagram. They're going straight out, just like that. The turnover is brilliant on those pieces because the collectors understand them and they know as well that they're not actually going to lose a ton of value on them because they're carefully selected, carefully curated pieces with full provenance and service history, full set, very good condition, looked after. And one thing I can't stand either, as an enthusiast, the enthusiast side of me, I can't stand over polished pieces either. I mean, the amount of Rolex Hulks I've seen with cases that have been polished to the degree where they're no longer a maxi case, but they're an oyster case, with
Oh,
sort of like a date with curved
yes,
sides is disgusting. And I can't stand it. I can't get it. I would rather a watch that is scratched up but has never been polished. And it can be
that's
as scratched up as long as it's never been polished. Then I know it's how Rolex finished it at the factory, and that's how I want it because that's what I'm paying for. I'm not paying for John that put it under his rotary machine down at the market, for 50 quid. So that's one thing I can't stand. And I actually say that. I say in my own business, if I wouldn't have it in my own collection, I'm not interested in stocking it. And that's kind of the sort of modus operandi that I go by with how we curate our pieces. And those are the dealers that do that are the ones that I think will stick around.
That's right. The
The ones that,
dealers have to become curators. That's the job
that's,
of the dealers, to be
yeah,
curating and finding the really good stuff, and taking the risk, and of, like, hey, maybe this is a fake, right? The That's what the dealer has to do, not flipping, because flipping is a completely different beast compared to uh, curating. Curating takes taste. It takes real. It takes creativity. There's thinking involved. Whereas flipping, it's all about the profit. There's no community around the watch that that the curator has built. Because the thing is, Vinny, like, let's say if you create a community around Japanese watches, let's say that's your specialty. You only buy and sell top end, high end Japanese watches, right? Then you could create a community around that. And let's say you want to, you sell a watch, and then guess what? Because over time you're going to have so many clients that you'll be able to buy that watch back from, let's say somebody
Yeah.
bought a watch from you, they can sell it back to you.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
you'll be able to sell it to one of your clients, because that's who your clients are. They're interested in these high-end Japanese watches. And
Yeah.
that's what I would encourage, like, the gray market dealers who are the flippers who stuck around to try and do. Pick the kind
Yeah.
of watches that they're most interested in, and become experts in that niche. And that way
Yeah.
you could have a big following that will always be buying your watches and selling you their watches back as they're looking to move on to something greater.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. And the biggest question I get asked every week is, Vinny, if there's one watch that you would invest in, tell me an investment piece that I can go out and buy and be pretty sure that it will hold its value or appreciate in value. And for the last few years, I've been saying that, right, I personally think the Submariner Hulk, if you can find one of the last references of the Submariner Hulk with a 2020 card, full set, it's been unworn, that's a good bet. But the problem with that is that Rolex could re-release the Hulk with that dial, with the new case shape, and suddenly those older references no one will care about and no one will want. So one thing that we don't understand, people don't understand, is the liquidity aspect. So that piece, so all of those Hulks sort of run from 2013 to 2020 are the references of the original Submariner Hulks. Those are the only ones available, and there's less and less of them now. They've been discontinued. When
My
the new
favorite
ones
watch,
come
by the
in,
way.
yeah, me too, and I've sadly sold it from my own collection
I'm,
because of
I'm
this. I'm worried that they'll re-release it. Demand for the original ones will go out the window. That will no longer be a collectible because everyone will want the new ones. And then what will happen is the liquidity shrinks, so that if you're going to offer that to a secondary market dealer, the trade value will fall through the floor, just based on the fact that the dealer won't want it anymore, because the dealer will want the new stuff because that's what their clients want. So there's less liquidity aspect of the market is all driven by demand, and the majority of people want the new stuff. Now, my idea behind the Rolex Salt being probably the best neo vintage or modern Rolex to invest in was that this was the piece that started that green dial trend. It was the first, it was the genesis that everybody else sort of caught on to, and it's still a trend that is rampant across all brands now. But again, it's very difficult to predict what Rolex will do next and how that may affect, pardon, some of the investments that you thought you had in your own collection. So I think the easiest thing to do is to stick to vintage, stick to full set, good condition, not over polished. It's very difficult to find vintage pieces that haven't been polished,
yeah.
but there's an art to polishing, and you don't really want a watch to be polished more than 2 or 3 times, because then it loses all of its original lines, and that's a real tragedy. Because you've got to put yourself in the mindset, right? If I'm investing in a piece, how I've got to think about the future collector. What will that future collector want when he's going to buy that piece from me 5-10 years down the line? And with that Hulk, for example, they're going to want the last reference in unworn condition. So them are the things you've got to think about, not just what is the hype watch of the moment. Oh, your Rose green dial day date, or
Yeah.
your John Mayer toner, which God knows where they're at now. That's been that volatile over the last couple of years. I lose track where that's at in the secondary market.
We got a question here from Buckley. Vinny, can you explain to all the viewers how digital watch vault is useless? We have some wet behind the ears people that think it will save them from the watch crime. Explain chip shops. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the digital watch vault. You made a video outlining it. Do you want to kind of explain to us one more time why you think it's not what it is? And I have some ideas and some opinions about the digital watch vault myself.
Well,
Now,
Tim, you're entitled to do so because you are an enthusiast. You are the target market of this platform, and therefore your opinions shouldn't be belittled by anybody. It's certainly not the company themselves, because they should be saying, right, any business that's a successful business anyway and that wants to last is a business that should really listen to their customers and say, right, okay, we take your feedback on board. How can we make this better? So for me, I looked at it from two different angles. First of all, as a collector of my own collection and as a dealer. Now, from the collector's side of it, I know from my own channel, and probably most of it, I'm 26 years old. I know from the channel, my own channel, the majority of viewers are between the ages of 40 and 60. So that we're stereotyping here, but typically that's a very conservative in nature audience and private people. So they're not, the last thing they're going to want to do is surrender, confidential information of any sort, like serial numbers, to an online platform which they may not be familiar with or hasn't got any proven track record. So that's a challenge for Digital Watch Vault themselves to sort out with their own marketing, I would say. So that's a challenge for them, but doesn't limit their potential, but it is a challenge. I also looked at it from the angle of the dealer, and I've got to say that one thing that was controversial in my comments, I said, right, if I'm going to have is the notifications chain network. So the idea is that a watch will be registered as stolen, and then obviously that then goes into the network. The criminals will try to shift that piece as quickly as they can. Usually they have a secondary market dealer that they would work with, or somebody that they would sell out to, or maybe even overseas, which would be easier. But anyway, let's say, for example, that criminal, that the watch thief, sits in front of me and is offering me this Daytona that 12 hours ago they stole from someone in Clapham in London.
Yeah.
If I were to run that check on the Digital Watch Vault and I was a member of it, and it came up as stolen, I would be concerned that if they've only come to me and I'm flagging that as stolen, and the notification chain goes back to the original owner, who then notifies the police, and then potentially the police will come after the criminal, I would be worried that then the criminal would know that I'm the person that has grassed them up. Now, there's been people in my comments that have said, right, Vinny, well, this is what's wrong with the world. You should be, as a citizen, as a good citizen, you should be policing the industry as best as you can. You should be reporting people. You should be grassing them up. I mean, I would just say, yeah, it's not for us. Thank you very much. I'm not interested in that piece. And then I would alert the local people I know, other dealers who I trust, which isn't a large pool of people, by the way. I don't trust a lot of the dealers in the industry in this country. I would alert them, just look out for this guy. But from my perspective, it's not really something I want to be getting involved with in putting my own safety at risk. I've always been of the idea that policing should be down to the police, and crime should be stopped at source. Crime should be prevented. Prevention is better than the cure. And some of the things that the Met Police in London have been doing lately with actually baiting the criminals is a real brave and forward-thinking modern policing idea, which they need to roll out even more. And that will go really far with preventing this happening, because it is, in my opinion, one of the biggest threats to the industry and to brands like Rolex. Because if people are of the mindset eventually that they can't wear a Rolex in public, that they can only wear it around the home, they're not going to buy a Rolex. And that we will get to that stage. So actually, the problem lies with the brands. The brands themselves need to do something, perhaps create a platform similar to this. And if they did, let's say Rolex were to endorse digital watch for, or they were to create their own alternative of it, suddenly we as the collectors and as the enthusiasts, we would trust them straight away. We probably would be more willing to surrender our serial numbers, but also on the part of the dealers, they would be forced to use it. They would be, because Rolex have endorsed it. That would be revolutionary. Now, I understand that some brands have already jumped onto the platform. Zero West, I think, from what we've researched, and that's great. But I think for it to work, it has to be unilateral, and everybody needs to sign up to it, and then it will work better. Because the problem as well with it is, if I'm going to do a check on a lost and stolen register that's only been in operation for a few months, why would I do a check on that platform when I can do a check on the watch register, which has been in operation for over a decade, and their database, surely logically, is going to be far more complete than anything the digital watch will have. So therefore, my results for that lost and stolen check are going to be more reliable and more accurate as they can be in comparison to this. So that's another issue that I have with it. It may work.
What I don't understand. Let me run this scenario by you, Vinny, okay? Because you're a smart guy. You actually do buy and sell watches, okay? Let me run a theory by you, okay? Let me a hypothetical, which so let's say somebody walks into your gray market dealership, right? Just walks in from the street, just a stranger, and they have a watch, right, that they want to sell. Now, you don't know this, but they bought the watch from another gray market dealer who sold them like in the Diamond District. Let's just say hypothetically, they were in New York, they were in the Diamond District, they bought a watch, right, from one of those shady guys, and they paid like full price, and it's an authentic watch. They come into you, they come in the store, but they come into the store. They say, "Hey, I want to sell this watch." They hand it over to you. You run it in the digital watch vault, and it comes up as stolen.
Yeah.
Now, what do you do?
Well, as I say, I'm interested in, first and foremost, my own business interests, and that's that I don't want to buy that piece because it's stolen and that it's going to eventually bounce back to me. So the platform would work in that sense, that it has alerted me to a piece that has been stolen. But it isn't my responsibility to go after that other dealer who is potentially unscrupulous. Because look, there's a lot of people in this industry who are unscrupulous, who do not come at it from the angle of they are enthusiasts and collectors first. But one test that I've found from dealing with dealers in this industry is, if they are genuinely enthusiastic and they're a watch guy, then their business will be built more around transparency and trust. That's just generally,
I think but you know what? I think Paul and the whole bunch of guys behind the vault think that that you would take the watch. The expectation is that the dealer, somebody comes in, they try to sell a stolen watch. Everybody who's just thinking about this, they think the scenario is it's a thief coming in to sell the stolen watch to you, and you catch him with the stolen watch. But the reality is it could be an innocent person who don't know anything about this. But then also, this website doesn't give you the authority to then just hold the watch. Even, let's say, even if it was a bad guy who stole the watch, the thief himself came to you and tried to sell you a watch, this website, it doesn't give you authority to hold the watch.
Yeah.
Because what if the website is wrong? Vinny, what if someone, when someone is filling this out, imagine, let me give you a scenario that completely proves that this is so insane, and it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Because you have to fill out that serial number form, and they didn't even have a verification that the serial number is correct. I had to tell them, hey guys, the serial number, you should have to enter it twice, so that to make sure that you put the right one in. Because imagine somebody fills it out, right? And
Yeah.
they fill it out all correct, but they miss one serial number, and then another person on another end of the world, they're buying a watch, and because you filed your serial number incorrectly, somebody else's watch gets flagged as stolen, right? And what if the gray market dealer wants to be a hero, and then they start like, oh, I caught a thief, right? And they do something, who knows what, withhold the watch, right? They could get sued into oblivion,
Yeah.
because
It
imagine
isn't.
it.
It isn't within our anyway. It isn't within our authority to take custody of anyone else's possessions anyway. So that, I mean, the other thing is that in the UK, our policing at the moment isn't great because we are the numbers of police is too low. And that's
Mhm.
because of years of no investment in public services. So the idea that actually, even if I was to report back that this piece has been stolen, the
Yeah.
idea, and the original owner was to alert the authorities immediately, the idea that the police would actually come out immediately to arrest that person is almost a fairy tale. In the real world, that person will have moved on to 3 or 4 other dealers, or potentially, have it shipped out of the country and sold the piece elsewhere before the actual police force, have taken the time to file an incident number and follow it through. And so, from that perspective, I think it's flawed as well. The other thing that I didn't like about it is that over the years, a watch has a life. And certainly with pieces like this, they just are probably the most prone to it.
Yeah.
Uh, that could have a new bezel, a new diamond bezel. The next guy that purchases it from me, the Jubilee bracelet could be changed out for a leather band. The dial could, I mean, there's a massive craze over the last couple of years of aftermarket dials. That Tiffany blue dial, there's a lot of aftermarket stuff that's going around. So, if that flags up as being counted, because basically, I don't know, for my UK viewers, right, the people in the UK who may be watching this, you'll be familiar with Only Fools and Horses, which is an old comedy program from the 90s, 80s, and 90s. And there's a joke on there about there's a character Trigger, and there's Trigger's broom. And basically, he's a road sweeper. And Trigger wins an award for having the same broom over the last 20 years. And he says, yes, I've had the same broom over the last 20 years, but it's had 10 heads and 11 sticks replaced on it. And it's not the same bloody broom then, is it? And so it isn't original in any way whatsoever. And every watch does go through a life. And
It's ironic that you mentioned it, because I mean, this is like, you can't make this shit up, Vinny. I'm telling you, like, Paul was actually involved in one of the biggest bezel mishaps on the YouTube. And he should know. He's the like he. They actually. I lived through where Oshinomali bought a Datejust, right, from one of the gray market dealers here, and it came with a replaced bezel. It was recut, I think they said, but they sold it as original, authentic. They thought that the bezel, everything was fine, but in reality, they haven't done a full check. You understand?
yeah,
So
the
they
other,
marked it in a way. They would have marked that watch as having an authentic bezel.
yeah,
But
the other
a
issue as
year
well.
later, Oshin realizes, hold on a second, something is wrong with this. The reflections are not correct. And then when we looked at it closely, it turned out to be a recut faulty bezel. So, but then
Yeah,
when Oshin tried to return it, they were like, oh, well, what do you mean? It's been 1 year. It's this, it's that. They give him really hard time, and eventually they finally replaced it.
yeah,
But it was a big hassle about proving. Imagine if that watch was sold to him, and in Digital Watch Vault it said authentic bezel. He'd have no proof to say like, hey, you didn't actually mark it on your end correctly.
yeah. you make a good point there. I mean, one thing that springs to mind when you make that point is the Oyster Perpetual collection. Now, with that collection, right, I will not purchase a Rolex Oyster Perpetual unless it's provided with its original white swing tag. The reason behind that is because the actual guarantee card only has half of the full reference number. So it has the standard reference, which encompasses the entire collection. I can't, is it the 126400? I can't remember what it is exactly. But there's then also on the white swing tag, you've got four other numbers which actually correlate to the exact dial color. I think on the yellow dial, it's 003. And
Mhm.
so the issue you can have is that people can buy a black dial and swap it out for an aftermarket yellow dial. And because they haven't got, and this is Rolex's fault, to be honest, this is something they need to address, because those swing tags get lost really frequently. And I've got a
The
horror
little
story
white
to tell you.
tag.
Yes, exactly. I've got a horror story to tell you about that with another dealer as well, who discards them altogether, throws them in the bin, just as if
Jesus.
as if they're irrelevant. If you haven't got that tag, it's very difficult to know unless you are experienced and
So
you
this is
examine.
advice right here. This is good advice. Do not buy Rolex
Yes,
Oyster Perpetuals without the white tag. Don't buy the
yeah,
rare colors, especially like if you want the Tiffany, the coral, the yellow. Right? Those you should like. If it's a black, nobody's gonna change a black one. Then it
yeah,
doesn't really matter. But those hard to get colors, do not buy hard to get colors Oyster Perpetual, so because they without the white little tag, because they might be replaced dials. There are shady
yeah,
dealers who know this, and uh, uh, they'll switch authentic for a different color, more popular color dial.
yeah. That's correct. And when we say that, we're not talking about the sort of big companies. We're talking about these the backpack dealers who are
Yeah.
trying to make a buck, and they will do that. And someone who is new, perhaps, or even a collector of many years' experience, they're not going to know how to accurately authenticate the originality of an Oyster Perpetual dial color. I'll talk about a story I had with another dealer. This is
Mhm.
another thing. This is one of a big dealer at the time in the country. We consigned a piece with him. It was a brand new Datejust. He had a much bigger client base than ours. It was a brand new Datejust, a couple of months old, unworn. It had the original receipt, the original swing tags, the white swing tag as well. And he had it in his inventory for a few weeks and it didn't sell. So I said, right, we'll have it back. We had it back, and his practice, his bad practice, was that he would take the watch out of the box, put the watch in the case for the clients to see in the store, and then the boxes and paperwork and all the provenance will get stored downstairs. And he wouldn't mark up which box, other than the card, because he keep the guarantee card separate elsewhere as well.
Oh my.
He would look up which box actually corresponded with that watch. So I got the watch back and I had a major argument with him. I got the watch box back. It was a different box. Didn't have the original receipt in. Didn't have the swing tags in. I just got a box that came from another watch
Oh my.
and a receipt, and no receipt, and the watch itself. So there's bad practice with certain dealers as well because there was an attitude there with him. I actually says, well, look, my customers, they value the receipt. They value knowing what dealer it came from, what authorized dealer it came from. And of course, they value the swing tags. It says if this was an Oyster Perpetual, this is a vital piece of information that people need to have with that piece. And his attitude was, and I've got the text message as well, where I've screenshotted it. It says, well, you can't wear the swing tags. That was his attitude. Can't wear the swing tag. And that's obviously what.
It's a different kind of clientele.
Yeah. He actually catered for footballers who obviously don't give a shit about that kind of stuff and, just want the watch, just want the flex. But
I feel like this is every modern dealer should do this thing, because even if clients don't care right now, as they're become as their experience in watch collecting grows, they might decide to do keep the original boxes and papers, and they'll learn to appreciate in the future, and they'll think to themselves, oh, you know what, great for Vinny keeping everything together, even when I didn't used to care. He told me to care, and now it's you have a full set. It's much. These are expensive things. I mean, I don't understand why people would be so careless with this stuff. They spend so much money. Why would you then? Uh,
It, it boggles the mind. I couldn't
yeah,
believe when we went through that with this dealer. He also scratched the watch as well because he removed the Jubilee bracelet from the case of the watch, replaced it with an oyster bracelet. I can
mm,
only guess because he wanted to. A client walked in and said, "Oh, well, I want this on the oyster bracelet. Can I try it on that bracelet?" And then what he had obviously done. I mean, there's a proper practice to removing a bracelet on a Rolex. You
yeah,
have to use special masking tape and put it on the insides of the lugs, a proper Burgeon tool for removing the spring tags and simultaneously the spring bars, simultaneously pressing in the swing bars so that it removes in one sweeping motion without the spring bars. Actually, they're under a lot of pressure on the Rolex because it's made within very small tolerances, springing back out and scratching the shit out of the inside of the lugs. And you look at there's a lot of Omega Seamasters as well because they're placed on NATO straps. My goodness, most of them have these sort of um, iconic marks now associated with that watch of where the spring bar's been removed by the collector, obviously not a non-professional, and it's scratched the inside of the case. So that obviously this was a brand new watch, and that devalued the watch. We ended up selling that piece at £2,000 less than what we were consigning it to him for. And because what he must have done is, or one of his colleagues just used the tool while standing. You also need to do it at a desk, and just removed it carelessly. Yeah, picked it out as you see.
actually, you're not gonna believe it, but a friend of mine, Lolex, he took his watch. He had a Datejust, silver dial on the oyster and smooth bezel. He needed to take out a link, and I he took it to the shop, and oh no, sorry, I think maybe they were changing a bracelet for him or something, and they scratched the heck out of the lugs. The authorized dealer, because sales associate thought that she could do it herself,
Oh dear.
and it's a problem because it looks really easy, but these things are done so perfectly that scratch, like even a minor scratch, just becomes so visible.
Yeah.
It's
And
yeah, it's a little bit out of
just
this world.
watch, their attitude is, well, it doesn't matter. My God, it matters to me because I know every time I pick that watch up that a scratch has happened to it that shouldn't have happened, that could have been prevented. And it's just irritating and annoying. And then you'll know, I bet your bottom dollar, when you take that watch to another secondary market dealer, they'll use that as an excuse to bid you down on it. Oh well, this has been scratched up on the
Yeah,
inside. It's difficult to polish with the sort of rotary brushing on the inside of a case. The way Rolex do it, it's a concentric motion. That's almost impossible to repolish and reapply that finish, and so they'll use it as
yeah,
an excuse. Well, this is no longer original, and we'll bid you down on it. So it's just one of those things. You've got to be careful with when you're going to a secondary market dealer. That they actually know what they're doing, and it's difficult to find that out because you may be looking at an Instagram profile of 50,000 followers, subscribers, whatever it is, um, and automatically apply credibility to that particular business because of their following. And therefore, I mean, that was the mistake I made with this company who did that to my watch. They had a massive following, a
that's
massive
the
following.
problem. That's the problem that the wizard had. He always, this guy who was on my streams. He was joining my shows like a contributor, like a panelist. Meantime, he was stealing money. He would make promises. He would make really bold promises that he's going to, uh, like, for example, he's this guy's still on the loose. By the way, I'm gonna make sure we catch him though. Maybe by the end of the year. So check this out. This guy basically, there was a viewer that I had, and he still watches. Chris, shout out to Chris. And the wizard said, "Hey, I'll sell you like 6 watches for 150,000." The guy wired him the money, and that's it. The guy has just never delivered the watches. So and this wizard has always said, "Oh, Roman Sharf, Roman Sharf, he's my guy. He trusts me. I'm a Mondani trusted dealer." Right? And meantime, he stole this money. It took 1 year until I was able to you know ask Roman, like, what the hell is going on? This guy that uses your name, and that Roman even went on and defended on the live stream, said, "Oh, the watch market is hard, and you have to wear bulletproof underwear." Anyways, continued defending the wizard, and we're like, okay, well, let's see. Now that Roman knows, right? Maybe this guy is gonna pay off, but he never did. He continued to steal, and he went from 150,000 in debt to $400,000 in debt,
Yeah,
and now he's still on the loose.
yeah.
We're trying to get all the like victims. I think they have to go to the police now, because it's just like with Anthony Farah, right? The
Yeah.
guy just took all that money and he's gone, right?
It's the following of them on social media that
Yeah,
people who perhaps more naive, but actually, I've fallen for it myself. They think applies credibility to them as their business, but also them as business people, and that's the problem with Roman Sharf. I think obviously with him, you know, vouching for this individual, it
yeah.
probably bought him more time because they look at him with his following and sort of look at him like as if he's Moses, that's just come down from the mount with tablets of stone. um, and then that obviously buys time and causes more issues. But it's very difficult with social media to sift through the. I mean, I would say that 70% of it is social media. 70% of social media is exaggerated truth.
Yeah.
10% of it is probably truth entirely, and the other 20 is complete bollocks.
A lot
So
of people figured out they can just go online, just say anything, and think there's no accountability until it like catches up to them eventually. But this is not good for anyone. Um, by the way, we have a question here for Versace Boy. Says, Vinny, what do you think about a certain UK gray dealer recently admitting that he does not open the case backs to verify authenticity when purchasing Rolex Steel Sports?
um, yeah, that's an issue because it's got when you're authenticating a watch, it's part of a multi-step process, and
Hmm.
that's one of the steps. And if that step isn't there, then you're not being as thorough in your due diligence as you possibly can be. Now, many will argue actually there is a test that really you could do with a time grapher machine that you can place that. If it's a brand new Rolex, for example, you'll know that it should be keeping time within -2 to +2 seconds a day. So if you've got a time grapher machine, you can place that watch on the time grapher machine and see that it's keeping time +1 second, let's say, for example.
Hmm.
And therefore, from that, you can actually, as a basis, say this probably is a genuine movement in there. But I mean, still, that's still one step.
Some of these
And
super fakes are getting so good they might be just as accurate soon. Yeah.
it should be a step of the process along with the time grapher machine check. You will be amazed, Tim, how many dealers have never even heard of a time grapher, don't
Yeah.
even own a time grapher, and you don't even have to have one of the more expensive brands. Is it Witchy, the best known brand? I can't remember who it is, but with even the cheaper ones, the cheaper Chinese ones that you can buy. I've spoken to many actual watchmakers, and they say that actually they're as accurate as the more expensive models. So it is one part of the check,
Right.
but amazingly, a lot of dealers don't have them.
Yeah, they might not have the ability to open it, say, because sometimes I don't certain dealers, I don't trust them opening the case back. Sometimes it's best, like, if you buy it from someone you trust, and you don't have to check. Sometimes I'd rather not have it checked, because I don't want some incompetent person opening the case back and
That's
ruining
correct too.
something.
The job, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's
So
very easy to screw things up. We got Paul Thorpe in the chat saying, Vinny, when you care enough about our industry to learn how Digital Watch Vault actually works for dealers, let me know and I'll arrange for you to have a walk through the platform. What do you think, Vinny? Would you do a walkthrough? Have Paul Thorpe show you step by step how the gray market dealers uh could utilize the platform? Are you open to that?
sure, I think that's more of a it's a better comment to say that than perhaps the comment he left in the video, which was sort of dismissive that we hadn't done any research. We do a lot of research into the videos that we make. The Digital Watch Vault was one of 4 platforms that we critiqued in the video. I mean, I've ripped into a couple of other platforms, eBay's Authenticity Guarantee, Open Chrono as well, which just would not work, I think, in the current context of the market sentiment. But yeah, with that, of course, I'd be happy to have a look through the platform. But as far as I'm concerned, with actually it being useful to me, I struggle to understand how it does anything more than the other things that are on offer to dealers, like the watch register, for example. So I would be, obviously you have to pay for watch register, and we have a subscription to that, and we pay for a certain number of checks, a package of checks. But I'd be more confident in providing that certificate to clients who actually know that, because it's so well known with collectors and enthusiasts, it has real credibility and adds value to the product that you're selling to the client, the end consumer. So if I was providing a digital watch vault report, it wouldn't add as much value, in my opinion, anyway, to watch register. What would really work for them if they got endorsements from some of the bigger brands who actually adopted the platform, and maybe even use the platform when watches are first born,
Like
to
manufacturer.
yes, exactly, to register those serial numbers on the platform, and then when it starts at the source, when the watches were born, perhaps then the trust would grow from the collectors in the industry and the dealers as well. For the dealers, I can see the benefit of the larger dealers perhaps using it, because the risk to them probably is lower than the smaller dealers being concerned about piece bouncing back to them, or a criminal perhaps knowing that they've grasped on them. I just wouldn't be comfortable with that. And as I said, I think that the policing should be done by the police. People will disagree with that opinion, and I understand that, but most of us, we want to do a job, we want money, we want to put bread on the table, and that's the reason that we get up in the morning. But yeah, of course, I'd be very interested to see if I've misinterpreted it. But as I say, I've watched probably all of the videos that there is in researching this platform. I've spent a lot of time on the website, as I have with the other platforms. And look, I tried to come at it from an objective point of view.
Yes.
I haven't mentioned his name in particular. I've not mentioned any of the other names of the other founders of the other organizations, because that's irrelevant to me. As actual users and the target market of these platforms, my question of that video was, is it going to strengthen the industry currency, and is it going to minimize risk for all people involved? And I thought on all 3 of those points, it missed the mark. And that was the reason for my critiques in the video. There is a big plus side, I think, to the platform in the hotspot mapping that they have, or I read on the website that they hope to introduce the crime hotspot map to an application that you can have on your phone. I think that's a great idea. I think that's something that I certainly would use. I would download that app if I was traveling to a part of London that I've never been to before. Do I wear my £200 moon swatch, or do I wear a Rolex? You know, I would have more assurance in knowing that by checking the app. So that's one thing. The other issue that I have with it, which a lot of people also in the industry have, is how are they going to make their money eventually from this? I think it would have been a platform that preaches transparency and preaches to try and clean up the industry, for them to not tell us how it's actually going to make money. It is a business at the end of the day. You know, it isn't a social enterprise. It leaves it open to speculation, doesn't it? It leaves it open to speculation. There's people who I've heard remark that they may sell their data, which, you know, I know they've said they're not going to do that, which is why I didn't say that in the video. But if the services actually cost a couple of pounds to use, let's say, you know, rather than the £10 the watch register costs to use, I actually think that would create even more trust, because then it's very openly, transparently saying, this is how we're charging you, this is how we're funding it, this is how we're making our money, and this is why it's better. This is why you should use your services over the watch register, because it's cheaper. And at the end of the day, Tim, you can have all of the added value that you want in business, but the biggest driving force for people's purchasing decisions and people's decisions in life is which is the cheapest. You wouldn't believe. You know, we've tried to do a lot of things to add value to our products. We've got, you know, we did a timepiece handbook where we had the watch register check that we give to clients. We'd also create a report on the performance of the watch in the market over the last few years.
Yeah.
But to try and add value to our service for clients to come to us rather than somebody else. But I mean, it just didn't work. It didn't help, because fundamentally, people are most concerned about, right, what is the cheapest to use? And obviously, being free at the moment, it is the cheapest. But I just think it would help if they charge.
I don't think it's the cheapest. I don't see it, just because it's free to use doesn't mean that it's cheap, because when you use it, you still have to put your time into it, right? And time is money. This is time that you could spend doing something else. You, instead of inputting watches into digital watch vault, you could spend time with your wife. You could call your family member. You could.
Well, for a lot of dealers to do this, it's too much hassle. One of the biggest driving forces at the moment in the market is fast turnover. In a market which is as turbulent as it is, right, there is risk, big risk, with keeping a watch in inventory for 3 or 4 weeks, because there's the risk of it depreciating. And dealers at the moment are focusing on, right, I've got to pay minimum as I can for that piece so I can sell it quickly, make the quick buck, move on, reinvest it. And so if there are steps in that are taking too long, then that's going to be enough of a reason, regardless of anything else, for dealers to say, I can't be arsed with that. And, you know, I spoke about when the whole consignment problem happened.
Yes.
My idea was that, right, well, why do dealers have to take custody of clients' watches in their own possession? Because there's risk with that. There's risk on both sides, you know, insurance and things like that. So what if we had a process where we could do, we called it virtual consignment, where we could take a watch in, we could authenticate it, we could do the checks, we could do the marketing materials, advertise it, hand the watch back to the original owner. If it sells, then we alert the original owner, they send it back to us, we do those checks again, and then if we're happy, we send that on. Now, that idea was good in theory, and we sold a few watches to local clients, you know, in that way, who had trust with us before and dealt with us before. But the problem was it took too long. It was just fundamentally too complicated. And, you know, with everything else that's going on in business, managing and juggling all of those balls, it didn't work.
Exactly,
And
because
so,
you're spending all this time up front, and you don't even know if you're gonna get return on your investment in time. You spend time collecting all these pictures from this guy who says he's willing to sell the watch, right?
yeah,
You
yeah,
post those pictures on your website, and then he might change his mind.
yeah,
Because you're not in control of that guy. I know for me, every day the situation in life changes. I can't be relied on anything. Like
that's,
you can rely for me for tomorrow. That's as far as you can go, because it's so unpredictable. In 2 weeks, my all my interests could change. It's really tough. So I don't see it as being practical. This virtual consignment, it has to be. People want to buy it immediately. If I see you have a watch, I want to press the button and I want it here tomorrow. Not I don't
yeah,
want to wait for you, because think about it, how long it's going to take. You're going to have to, if I say I want to buy the watch, right? Then you have to now start contacting the guy to send that watch to you. So, but you don't know. He might be on vacation. So you're going to have to wait like a week and a half. Right? That week and a half passes, then he has problem with the family. He can't send it to you. Right? Then he doesn't have a box. By the time you get the watch delivered to you for you to check it and everything, the person buying, they already changed their mind. They realize, what the fuck am I doing buying this really expensive watch? I should buy a car for my wife. That's what happened to me. I kid
yeah,
you not, Vinny. I had a watch. I have my sermon. I thought it was sold. I made an agreement. Great guy. I said, listen, no problem. You. I said, hey, listen. In 2 weeks, I was gonna come deliver the watch in 2 weeks, but 3 days later, his wife realized, hey, hold on, honey, you're buying another watch. I need a car. We talked about a car, and that's it. It's too late. It's too
that's
late.
yeah. Obviously, in our industry where things are changing every sort of day, and
Yeah.
with prices fluctuating every day as well.
Wristwatch is an impulse purchase. It either you sell it to someone when they really want it, really when they need it, or it never gets sold. And that's the reality.
Yeah,
It has to be instant.
yeah, it was an idea to try and make the process better. Because from my point of view, if you come to sell your house, you don't hand over the keys to the real estate agent for them to take custody of it. Now, I understand why dealers do it, because they do it with big stores to sort of make their inventory look nice and to fill their shelves with stock. Um, I understand that side of it, and then of course virtual consignment wouldn't work in that sense. But yeah, I mean, only today, with how fast the market changes, I agreed a deal with somebody else in the industry who I've not done business with before, who's an hour drive away from us. They're based in Huddersfield, Yorkshire, and the deal was, it was 13,600. That was the deal, to sell the watch, the trade price. So anyway, that was made up last week, sort of mid last week. And I said, well, probably at best I can get to you next week. So I drove up there today. They had a look at the watch and they're like, yeah, 12,750. And I'm thinking, well, the deal was 13,600. And so they're using excuses like, oh, well, this is scratched and there's dinks in the bezel. I'm like, well, it's a 2019 worn two-tone Rolex that obviously the moment you breathe on it is going to
Yeah.
scratch, you know. So they were using excuses like that. But I think basically the fact was, is the market probably was different to how it was a week ago when
Yeah.
we the deal, and so I walked away from that, because it was, I mean, nearly £1,000 off was
Yeah.
just unacceptable.
But that, like, what a time investment you had to do, and for nothing. I mean, this is a
Business, Tim, that's business, and you
yeah,
know what? You make a lot of losses, you waste a lot of time, but if you with business, it has to be something you invest 100% of your time and energy in to make it work.
yeah.
There's obviously a lot of Instagrammers that say you've got to put in the graft and all of this, but business is your baby, and you've got to give it everything that you can for it to work. And if you're not, the next guy who is your competitor is going to be doing it better than you. So,
Mm.
it's always worth the risk of the drive and whatever. And you just put it down to a cost at the end of the day.
It's an expense. It's part of doing business. You take the time, the total time, and you divide it by profit. We got Buckley here with the comment says the issue is your website. This is regarding the digital watch vault. The issue is your website is marketing itself as a product that stops watch crime. It's misleading. It's another register, and we know registers don't work because the watches are chopped up. Yeah, so exactly, like my biggest criticism of digital watch was like they're promising the world, but the reality is it's just a spreadsheet. um but like I understand that maybe Paul and the other guys, maybe they felt like it was great way to advertise this the watch register if you go from an angle that that like, hey, people all when they're putting their numbers in, people feel like they're stopping crime. It's like kind of giving somebody an extra reason to feel good about themselves. Hey, I'm contributing to the end of watch crime by putting my numbers in, but it doesn't
Yeah.
actually. Yeah,
Yeah, I understand that,
it
Tim. But
sounds good.
what you've got to remember is that it's marketing and it's a
Yeah,
business, and they've got to do the best that they can to sell their product and to make it sound like it's the best thing since sliced bread. And I understand that. I'm not. I didn't criticize the marketing of the platform. I think they've actually done
yeah,
everything that they can in taking on influential YouTubers to try and boost the knowledge of the platform. But yeah, from that perspective, I don't think that's a big issue. The problem is, as I said, the biggest problem for me is I think it would need unilateral adoption from all sides of the industry,
Li-
collectors and dealers, for it to actually eradicate watch crime
but
in totality. And that's
but
a big it's a big task.
Vinny, what doesn't make sense to me is that this is a business that by fulfilling its objective, it kills itself. You understand? Like if a watch register were to end crime, watch crime, then by definition there would no longer be the need for digital watch vault because now there's no watch crime. So there's no reason then now to put any watches into the register. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes no
I
sense,
understand.
but it promises to be a big money making venture as well because there's a lot of investors on board, and they think that this is going to be some kind of a, I don't know, they
Yeah.
want to sell it for $1 billion, I think.
That's businesses, though. A lot of businesses will write business plans with an exit strategy. Let's say, so
Yeah.
the founders of investors will say, we'll exit at year 6. When we expect to be at its peak and making its most amount of money, we'll sell that at its value of whatever, 5 million. We'll get out of it because we'll know it'll be starting to die in its actual, it will have done its job, let's say. But if actually, from a business perspective, people stop using it,
It
then,
doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense from business perspective.
well, it depends what their long-term plan is, and part of the issue is that they haven't really revealed what their long-term plan is for the platform. I look at this and I think their biggest value, right, is in their crime hotspot mapping. If they can develop a map, and I'm giving them business advice here, but in my opinion, if they can develop an app that works well, then they can create revenue from that application of advertisement. So advertisers they can use on that app. And it may be something that business people would use on a weekly basis. And if an app is being used on a weekly basis, Tim, that's a good app. Nowadays,
I don't think there's no need for an app that reports on all the crime. That's already Fox News is doing that. So it's that app exists. That market is oversaturated.
was to actually pinpoint where these organized crime rings may be operating from this week. So there may be 1 or 2 crimes reported in, let's say, Clapham in London, And then that becomes a hotspot that if you know you're going to that hotspot, you're having a nice meal out with your wife in that hotspot, that, yeah, just be careful, be alert. You could even get notifications for it on your phone. If your phone knows you're in that area, then it will ping and say, look, watch out for this. We've had 3 reported crimes within this square mile radius. This is an issue. So I think that's where the value is, and I think that's a good
It would be
idea.
better for just general crime, not just watch crime. Why does it have to be? You know what I mean? Like watch crime, it seems to be a very specific niche type of crime. You might go like, hey, you might avoid a place that has watch crime by going to a place where they kill people. Where it's like, oh yeah, I avoided this spot where they stole a dude's watch, but I took the route where they actually like murdered a guy. You know what I mean? Like you have to. It's like, yes, they're not going to steal your watch in that area. You don't have to think about that. But what other kind of crime could be anywhere else? That's why, like this whole map for watch crime, it's not very useful because you know
But
what I mean. Like,
behind all of this
yeah,
is admirable, but when you actually drill down into the details
right.
and actually applying it in a real world situation from the
It doesn't
perspective
work.
of all the people involved, it becomes too complicated and therefore perhaps not useful. And
They need to
that's
simplify it somehow.
yeah,
It
it needs refinement, I think, in general, is the general conclusion, I would say.
hmm. Buckley says, no, I've spoken to multitude of gray market dealers, cops, and being in New York, I've met plenty of criminals. Your own dealers are all saying the same thing. The only ones supporting are your buddies. Interesting. If watch register worked, people would get their watches back. They never do. At Paul Thorpe. I know you believe in the product, but I'm sorry, I can't see it, and most can't. Unfortunately, Paul is invested. I think he might have some money invested in the business as well. So he has to defend the vault to his own detriment. Maybe he doesn't even know how flawed, and he doesn't want to see the flaws in the digital watch vault because that's not what in his financial interest. That's the
Yeah.
problem. All
But I
right.
think his plan that he made is going down the right lines of actually opening arms up to people who have got feedback or criticisms and saying, right, let me show you what this is about. And then we'll open a platform for chatting with each other and debate to see how we can actually make this work. Because as I said, at the end of the day, the collectors and the dealers are the clients of the platform. And those are the ones that they need to perhaps consult with more to see how they can refine it and make it better. But I don't know.
Or maybe Vinny, maybe people should shut this down, get your money back before you spend it. I don't know how much they spent on it so far, and I don't know how much more they're planning to spend on the digital watch vault. But maybe sometimes it's like you lost 100. This is like with me in Fubu. Okay, I bought this stock called Fubu TV, sports TV. I watched some dumbass YouTuber investor. He said, this is the greatest stock on the planet Earth. The potential has not been unlocked yet. So it was $34 a stock, right? And then what did I do? I bought like, I basically I spent all of my childhood money that I earned as a lifeguard, and that was like my savings, and I put it all into this Fubu stock. I bought it for 34. It went up to 38. I thought I was like I was a genius for listening to that guy. And then it turned around and it dropped down to $20 a share. Right? I should have sold at that point. I should have been like, you know what? I lost like 5,000, I think. I was like, you know what? I lost 5,000. Let me suck this up and just try a different investment. I'm not going to listen to YouTubers, but I didn't. And now that stock is worth $1.20. $1.20.
Because the hype has gone. With the hype itself is what actually generated the value of it. The value was based on what people were prepared to pay for it, and that's what happened at the peak of the Rolex market. Suddenly, when the money ran out from the COVID payments
Yep.
and lack of spending of disposable income as people have been locked up for 2 years, going out on holidays. When that money ran out, demand went, and suddenly the hype disappeared. And this is why I say, all of the hype rumors, the rumors behind the Rolex Pepsi, there's still a lot of people buying up Pepsis. I do get regular requests for the Rolex Pepsis. We're building up to Watches and Wonders. And my advice is to, and I've said to people, I said, just please, don't do it, because we've seen this happen before. With hype in the luxury watch industry, if we're applying it to, it's based on nothing but rumor. It's based on nothing but social media propagation, and that is a sort of self-fueling.
It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. We said it's going to keep going up, so it went up.
But dealers themselves play into these rumors, because obviously it means that they can have, there's a product that's going to be more liquid that they can buy in and be confident that they can keep turning over, despite the fact actually that buying them at trade, they're paying too much for. And actually the margins on the Pepsi, because demand from all dealers to buy the Pepsi is much smaller, but they're wanting to satisfy a demand in the market. So with that watch, honestly, if anybody's considering buying it, I personally don't think it'd be discontinued. I think it's silly to suggest that Rolex, who are one of the most profitable companies in the world, wouldn't have enough profits to reinvest in the research and development to sort out this alleged bezel issue, which I think is rubbish, to be honest with you. And then if they do, they could find a new process of making that bezel and make an even better looking Pepsi in some way, and then suddenly that will be the Pepsi that everybody wants, and the hype will go from the older stuff. So trying to predict what they're going to do and this whole hype thing, I think what we've learned from the last couple of years is something that buyers should just stay away from altogether. It's just a gamble. It's gambling, and that's what you did.
Oh yeah,
Tim, with that. You didn't really know what it was about. It wasn't really based on any real physical worth. It was just the value of it was based on the hype and the demand in the market, and that's what happens with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is doesn't really have any physical. Well, it does have a physical value. Obviously, it's interchangeable with other currencies, but it's the actual value of it is just underpinned on demand. And that's what's happened with watches. So in my opinion,
staying at home, they weren't traveling anywhere. They had the free money from the government. They were looking to invest into something. They had profits from Bitcoin, from all kinds of crypto. It was self-fueling market. But
I'm intrigued to see if it happens again, because obviously Bitcoin is, I think, now back at an all-time high. I haven't read into it why this has happened. There will be reasons probably why this has happened, but will that filter out into the watch market as it did before? So that's interesting.
I don't think it will. I spoke to some much more intelligent people than me, and they said that the watch market is this type of hype happens once every 20 years. So it's on the 20-year cycle. So the next hype is going to be around 2040, 42, around there.
Yeah, on average, we look at the sort of trend maps.
Yeah. It's like in cycles. Monetary cycles are like 10 years, and this type of luxury market is like a 20-year cycle.
Yeah.
It was interesting though to follow it and live through it, so that in the future when it starts going again, we'll be a lot more informed.
Yeah. I think we should learn from the mistakes we've made, and the biggest lesson that people can have is the lesson that hurts their back pocket. When they lose money on making a decision, you wouldn't believe how quickly people learn, and apply a new sort of rationale going forward where investments are concerned. I've lost too much money on certain watches. I bought into the whole bloody Milgauss discontinuation hype a couple of years ago. Lost a bit of money on the Milgauss, and we held them in our collection, anticipating Watches and Wonders coming about. What else was there? Obviously, the whole John Mayer Daytona. Every single Watches and Wonders for the past sort of 5 years,
Yeah.
we would see, we look at the trend maps, we would see, the price would remain stable. Watches and wonders 2 months before would start to go up, and then it would come back down straight after. So yeah, my advice to anybody now is just ignore the hype. And if you want to buy a watch as an investment, do some proper research into what it is, what the characteristics of an investment piece that you need, as I've explained before, but also think about the future collector, think about the future enthusiast, what they're going to want. And rarity is an important aspect of it as well, because the problem is a lot of people apply the amalgamate together luxury with rarity, and the
Right.
people assume that because something's luxury that there's not many of them out there. So something might have high value, like a Louis Vuitton bag, for example, but they're pumping those out, millions of them every day. So in the secondary market, because there's that high liquidity of it, it is only ever because as supply continually increases and doesn't match a continually increasing demand at the same rate, then the price is going to fall. That's just basic economics. With discontinued pieces, like, for example, the Hulk, we've got the opposite happening because there's less and less pieces of them out there as collectors put them away. So naturally, you would assume that actually that would at the moment remain more resistant to the turbulence in the market, which it has done, by and large anyway. But eventually it would probably start to go up in time if they don't bring out a new one that's better. So
Yes.
there's a lot
Right.
of
Exactly.
there's a lot of things you have to weigh up, and it's a minefield of decision making, and really take your time with doing it if you want an investment piece. And another thing I would say as well is, if you've got sort of £100,000, let's say $100,000 to spend, the worst thing that you can do is go and buy one piece with that £100,000. Because as with any investment portfolio, we need to diversify with multiple assets within that portfolio. So, for example, if that was made up of a couple of stainless steel Rolexes and 4 or 5 of those Omegas that I was talking about earlier on, which have remained resistant to the turbulence in the market, you've got a portfolio which is sort of hedged. So you've got on one hand, even with more rare pieces, rare vintage pieces, you would assume that they would go up in value, and the stuff that's going down in value, it would counteract. It's the basic fundamental idea of investing in a portfolio. So do not just buy one solid gold £100,000 piece. Spread your eggs across multiple baskets, is the sort of analogy, because then the other thing, the big important thing with this as well, is that many dealers won't be interested in that £100,000 solid gold Rolex further on down the line. You will probably have a handful of offers for that when you come to sell it, of dealers actually willing to pay you cash for it, right? As opposed to these, say you had 10 steel pieces in that collection, you're then open to a much bigger pool of offers, which means there's more competitiveness. I know if I'm making you an offer on your solid gold Rolex, that I can actually make a more cheeky offer on that piece, because I know I'm not competing with 50 other guys in the UK who will happily buy that piece from you. And that's another thing, as I said before, liquidity. When you're investing, you have to consider the liquidity aspect of, is that actually going to be easy to sell? And if it isn't, you are going to be bid low for it. Because at the end of the day, you're limited in your options of how you can actually move that piece on. You can potentially move it on eBay, potentially Chrono24, but it's risky. It's risky at the end of the day.
By the way, people should follow you on Instagram. That's well, maybe you can read it because I'm gonna miss.
We don't keep that as well as we should do, to be honest with you. The Instagram
But hey,
message.
if they can message you, if
Yeah,
somebody wants to get a watch or get in touch with you, maybe ask you a question about sourcing a potential watch, they could contact you on Instagram. Is this the best place to do it,
yeah,
or
sure. or on the YouTube, no
or on
problem
the
at all,
YouTube channel.
or email, or of course the website as well, which is, we've got an online chat now which comes straight through to me. So if anybody wants to talk there, that's fine. And that's something that we did as well with the,
Yeah,
you see the flip or pass shots there, which we were having a lot of people at that time. We made these flip or pass sort of pictures.
yeah,
We would get people who still believed that Yachtmaster they were buying at the authorized dealer, they could make a profit from, and they
yeah.
were still buying specifically to flip. And
Oh,
we're right, we've got to start advising people, because we're letting a lot of people down in the offers that we can make with the current market conditions, that sorry, you won't actually be making any money on that piece right now.
because
And
there's people
obviously,
watching videos from a year or 2 years ago when those were going above retail. They're finding out, oh, this is a watch that you could flip. They're not looking when the video was produced and that the market is so volatile. They go to the AD and they just might buy it because they heard that you can flip these for profit. So and it's
yeah,
like you're
yeah,
dissuading people from becoming flippers unknowingly. uh
yeah.
you know and
I remember watching a video from a popular British YouTuber dealer that was selling this idea, and it was really based on logic at the time. I thought the Yachtmaster 40 solid rose gold on Oyster Flex bracelet. Um, the idea was that the Daytona on Oyster Flex bracelet were flying in the market. They were sort of up at 45, 50,000 pounds. Yet the Oysterflex Yachtmaster was still down at 25. So those people who were trying to be intelligent were thinking, right, what is going to be the next big thing? What is going to be the next one to soar? And when that sort of rally of a particular watch kicked in,
Mhm.
you'll remember, Tim, that it happened within just a matter of a week or two. It would go from 25,000 to 35,000. And so
Oh yeah.
I bought we bought one of those Yachtmasters on an Oysterflex, and we lost a couple of £1,000 on it, because that was the month in which the market took the nosedive. I think it was March. What was it? March 2021.
2022, I think. No, or no, was it 20? Oh my god, time is passing so fast. I think it was 2022.
Nearly 2 years ago. Nearly 2 years ago, I think. But
Check.
I based that on logic. I thought, right, if that's happening with the Oysterflex Daytona, then it's going to happen with the Yachtmaster. It's a great watch. It's a lovely piece. But
There you go. It was March 2022.
right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to positively understand, what's going to happen next is also another minefield of risk that people
Oh yeah.
shouldn't get involved with at all.
Barodi, $5 super chat. Thank you so much for the questions. He wants to know, how do you determine the watch you take is not stolen, Vinny? Good question.
Um, yeah, there's only so much that you can really do, to be honest with you. With regard, the main thing that we'll do is look at the watch register report, and also obviously we'll check all of the things that come with the watch, the provenance as well. So we want to see. Well, it's starting to get to the point now. I'll
Mm,
tell you this, where what we're seeing, a big problem with 2024 pieces in particular, that criminals are actually adjusting dates on guarantee cards so say, for example, it was a 2021 Eisenkiesel day date.
uh-huh.
They're reducing those serial numbers to a 2020, those dates on the card to 2024. So actually checking that is really difficult to do, and it's the same with, obviously, if it's a stolen piece. So what dealers are actually asking for now is, I want the original receipt of that. I
Mm,
want the new piece, or a piece that's been bought within the last couple of years. If I'm going to buy it, I want the original receipt with it from the authorized dealer. Now, there's obviously pieces of the provenance of the watch get lost over time. But if it's a brand new piece that's a couple of years old, where we are in the market now, where liquidity is so dense, dealers can say, yeah, I'm not interested in it, in that 2024 piece, if you haven't got the receipt. And therefore, they hedge themselves against all of the issues of, well, is this stolen, or do you know what I mean?
Yeah. 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 You have to take out the where are the biggest danger. You take out the biggest danger, and you could be good, because it's much more difficult to fake to bring in a stolen, like, let's say Batman, no box, no papers, right? You bring that in, um, it's gonna be kind of easy to tell, right?
But
If
Tim, say that, and I have seen
yeah,
fake receipts before. It wasn't very good, and it
uh
was
huh,
all sort of patchy and looked like it was printed on a normal domestic printer. But I have actually seen that effort being made, and so authenticating even counterfeit pieces now from that perspective is getting more and more difficult to do. What one piece of advice that I'd give that actually not a lot of dealers know of, and certainly not many collectors will know of. When you're authenticating a watch, one of the things that I look at under the loop is, particularly on a Rolex, on the inside of the clasp, you've got the Rolex engraving. So
yes.
I'll see if it's in this. Yeah. So that still has the. Let's have a look. That still has the sticker on there. You'll see.
Oh, okay, really
But
nice.
you see that Rolex engraving there.
Yes.
So that engraving, right, is applied using a rotary tool. There you go.
Hmm.
There. Well, if it's done original at the factory, it should be applied using a rotary tool. So under loop, it will look very crisp around the edges. There's no roughness around the edges of the
Hmm.
engraving, and you'll be able to see a sort of steepled pattern under a 40 times magnification loop, which I always say any collector should have. They're only £4 or £5 off Amazon. Buy yourself one. Traditional jeweler loops are only 5 times magnification. They're not good enough. So one of the things I look at that engraving under loop. It should have a sort of steepled pattern where the actual tool hits the steel with the best Chinese fakes that sort of people pay £1,000, £2,000 for, right? They use a laser etcher. So a laser sort of obliterates from left to right. So under loop, the differences are, so the engraving itself may look to the naked eye absolutely perfect, but under loop, the engraving is perfectly straight. There's no pattern to the finish of where the tool impacts the steel or the gold or whatever
Mm.
it is. But the biggest giveaway is the edge of the engraving itself. Because a laser obliterates from left to right, you'll see a roughened edge, slightly rough pattern with bits of steel
The
that
little
might
steps.
be off, might be flaking off, might not be completely straight. So that's one of the first checks that I do to, well, authenticate a watch to see if it, one of the checks to see if it's genuine. And not a lot of people know that. So I would advise, I've seen, we actually got scammed on a piece that was a Daytona, and it looked almost perfect to me. I had to take it to Rolex in Birmingham to get it checked, and then I discovered just through it really frustrated me that we fell for it, and I spent ages sort of looking at this watch and understanding, right, what is different about this piece to a genuine one that I also had in inventory.
Yeah.
And I was looking at those engravings, and that was probably the only giveaway that this watch, it was that bloody good, honestly.
Where
The,
did you buy it?
it was at the time it was bought off eBay, so obviously
Oh.
probably before the authenticity guarantee days. So it's probably my own fault, to be honest with you. But I thought I could authenticate it. We looked at it, and it wasn't. It aroused my suspicion, and I don't know why. I can't remember as to why, but it probably just didn't feel right. But then when I thought, right, how can I look at this? That was one thing that I actually learned
Were
from
you
this.
able to did you check that does that seller still exist, or has that account?
No, the account was shut down. We had to actually, and I've spoken about eBay on the
Yeah.
video, part of that video, and they're absolutely useless. Honestly, eBay to deal with are very difficult to deal with. They wouldn't refund us, so we had to go through a chargeback procedure with our bank, which actually took several months to do. So, but obviously now with the authenticity guarantee, what I would say with that is that the watchmakers who authenticate the pieces actually get it right. They're very good. I've been pieces that we've bought off eBay. They've contacted us with the authenticity as a buyer. Anyway, they've contacted us and said, "Look, this doesn't match the description, or we're not quite happy with the polishing on this watch." And they are very thorough with that in advising you. But back then, it was a minefield. So that's just one of the checks. Anybody watching, if you haven't got one of those 40 times magnification loops, go and buy yourself one off. It's one that comes with a little sort
And
of
then
alley.
again, they wouldn't know what to compare it with. It's
Yeah,
tough. You need to see the fake one and maybe you guys can take some high definition pictures and like post it online. That would be great to show.
yeah, yeah,
And then when people get the loop, they could compare what they have. They actually, in fact, if you can make a video showing the difference under high magnification, we can and we share it on YouTube. A lot of people might be able to check their watches that they bought from gray market and identify if they have real watch or a fake, because there might be people right now who are watching the stream that bought watches from the gray market that they bought fakes, and they're not realizing it because these fakes are so close to
yeah.
the genuine thing.
Great market, but off other platforms as well. Chrono 24. There's no sort of middleman authentication procedure in there. There's a lot of fakes that go around on that platform, and that people, private sellers particularly, get away with. So sadly, I would say that there are going to be people sitting there with watches that they don't know or have never even had any suspicion is non-genuine. And it's getting better and better now with the Chinese fakes. It really is.
Shout out to Chalk Flew Up. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships to the viewers. Really appreciate that. Guys, if you like these shows, you want to support them, become a member. For a cup of coffee a day, you can keep me doing these streams every single day. Okay, there we go. Make videos like that one, and the counterfeits will just learn that they need to improve. Well, but at least for now, well, these counterfeits, they already know they need to improve. But they could help
There's
get
gonna
rid
have
of a lot of fakes that are currently on the market.
there's always going to have to be a cost saving with fakes, though, Tim.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be details of where they've used cheaper tools, cheaper equipment, cheaper quality control procedures that are even the tiniest of giveaways to why the piece is non-genuine. So whilst I agree with that, that's 100% true. I don't think they're ever going to be completely there, 100%, because there's just, unless of course, you're paying sort of £2,000 or £3,000 for one, or £4,000 or £5,000, where maybe there's enough margin there to actually create the replica using all the traditional watchmaking techniques, or the high tolerance of the machines that Rolex use in Geneva. That's to give it that Swiss made mark. We might get there eventually, but I do think there are always going to be signs of where the cost cutting has had to happen with the fakes.
Unless if you believe what I believe, that it's actually that the Swiss watch industry is trying to develop their new manufacturing, and they're just training their future employees. um,
Because
uh,
a lot of watches that say Swiss made on them, it only has to be, I think it's 60% of the parts, components actually made in Switzerland. The rest are made from China. So when the questions come, well, how can Christopher Ward possibly create this Balcanto for £3,500 with all that lovely anglage on the bridges and the high complication movement? How is the case so beautifully finished? Well, because there's cost cutting, obviously, that has to go in there, and there will be parts of that, probably up to 40%, that are made in China. So there's that issue as well. A lot of the watches that we are buying are what we would consider partly fake, because of the fact that they're going to be partly Chinese. And then we can start talking about brands like Atelier Van, who are 100% Chinese.
oh, that's a scary brand.
Sega Design, Chiga Design, Sega Design.
Sega,
I've got
Zelos.
I've actually got a couple of those watches in my own collection, and for the price point, they're brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You know, I've got that sort of Richard Mille experience with a tonneau case shape, titanium.
Oh, damn. We lost Vinny. Vinny, come back. Let's drop the link just in case. I don't know what happened there with the internet. Very interesting. The link is in the chat. Vinny, if you're able to rejoin. Um, okay. Well, let's just get back here just really quickly. Guys, make sure that you go to Vinny's channel. The link is in the chat. Watch the video. Be warned: the good, the bad, and the ugly new watch platforms they want Rolex collectors to use. It's a very interesting, critical video of a lot of new platforms. There's a lot of new platforms on the rise in the watch space for collectors, by collectors. There's actually going to be a really good platform coming soon that's actually really good and useful. It's going to provide a lot of value for very little cost. But hey, Digital Watch Vault, Paul really likes Digital Watch Vault. I don't know what his problem is with our critique. We're just trying to help him out by blowing some holes that they should probably address before there's any major blowout. Because what happens when a watch gets accidentally put into a digital watch vault, and then someone accidentally gets accused of bringing a fake watch. That could be a traumatizing experience. So I think there's a lot of things here that Paul still needs to work out with the guys there at the Digital Watch Vault. The whole thing, personally, to me, Digital Watch Vault, I don't know about you guys, but Digital Watch Vault is giving me like Thanos vibes. Theranos. I don't know if you guys ever heard this story about this lady, Elizabeth Holmes. I highly recommend you guys read this article. It's Digital Watchful to me feels like Theranos, right? This lady, she promised that she'll be able to cure all kinds of diseases with a simple tool. And basically you put a little bit of blood, and based on a blood test, you could cure anything. You could cure cancers. You could identify anything and everything. All you need is just a little bit of blood. And and people invested billions of dollars, and it turned out that it was not a reality at all. Speaking of reality, OC, yo, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Tim, this is nothing like Theranos. Come on, let's be
I
fair.
it's
Let's
just,
be.
I'm not saying it is like it. I'm just saying I'm getting the vibes. It's giving me the
No, it's
vibe.
not. It's not. It's not fair, Tim. It's not
Okay.
fair at all. Come on. I
I,
mean,
I,
Theranos. This woman was a legitimate. She was a fraudster. I mean, she basically pretended she had a machine that could tell all kinds of
a
run all kinds
machine
of
that
tests.
can end all wristwatch
No, no,
crime.
Tim, come on.
I mean, look, obviously, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but you see how, like, saying that you're gonna end watch crime with this spreadsheet is preposterous.
Yeah, but they're not defrauding anybody. This woman created a
Well,
machine with
who did this
fake test
woman
results.
defraud?
You know, fake
This
fake.
woman defrauded the investors. She told the investor it was all a big show for the investors, right? People invested billions of dollars in this company. You know what I mean?
She was a weird person. This Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's people should read about this. It's an interesting story.
By the way, if Paul wants to jump on, we don't have to talk about digital watch vault. I'd love to learn about his perception of the British watchmaking event and stuff that's
Oh
going
yeah.
on in his personal life and other stuff. But because I know that it's very difficult for him to be a representative of digital watch vault. I know that he's actually doing the smart thing and he's taken the advice of a lot of people and pulled back and refrained from commenting publicly about digital watch vault, and he's not really speaking on behalf of the company. So that's totally cool. But if he just wants to jump on and just talk about British watchmaking or what's going on
Or
in
if he
the
wants to
industry.
jump on and debate with us whether we should bring death penalty back, he could also. We could talk about that as well. I think I heard he's a huge fan of bringing back the death penalty. It's
I'd rather not. I'd actually like to know what his predictions are for the new Rolexes and what his reaction is to the new ombre, that new
the new
slate
day
ombre
date.
rose
The new
gold one.
day date.
It's a
Did you see
beautiful
it?
day date.
Woo! OC.
Someone had a few people ask me about this, and my reaction is, if this were yellow gold, I'd be all over it. Rose gold, I'm just not a huge fan. Hey, Vinny's back.
Hey,
Hi
Vinny.
guys. Just for a
Vinny.
moment, my
Okay,
internet
sorry.
cut
Did
out.
your phone die by accident?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
That's what it
okay,
was.
okay. Hey, I was just actually was gonna give you a bit of give you an out because we've been going for 2 hours. I know it's a little bit late there, but we can keep going. We got OC here. It's the perfect time.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
see,
we can
nice
talk
to meet you.
watches. Hey, Vinny,
Vinny,
nice to meet you.
Vinny, OC.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, we can talk watches or what,
Hop
anything
on
else
the
that's going
stream.
on.
Look at this, Paul. Look, Paul. If you jump on the stream, I'll get off. Like,
No. If Paul jumps on the stream, we'll talk only watches. We don't have to talk about Digital Watch Vault at all. We can talk about.
I'm just trying to
only-
help Paul out. I'm just trying to help him see something that he might
Oh,
not be seeing. I'm
oh.
worried for Paul.
Well, in
Are
my
Tim,
opinion,
Tim,
it's not all though, is it? He may be an investor in it, but it's. I think the platform itself probably is how it works is envisioned by other people. Obviously, he's not a tech guy, so he hasn't developed it how it will actually work in practice itself. So I think what probably needs to be done is maybe a consultation with people in the industry on all sides of the industry to see, how can we improve that? And then it's probably down to the tech guys involved with the back end of this business to try and make it work better in practice. Probably, obviously isn't his design. But yeah, I mean, he's doing other things
Exactly,
now,
and
isn't he?
that's why some of the stuff we have some people who are very technical people, right? We got savvy people who actually know this shit, and we're in talks with them, and they're telling us it's never gonna work, and I'm just trying to point out some red flags for Paul Thorpe himself. Like, hey man, I don't know what those tech guys are telling you, but I don't know. I don't know. This seems to be not the way it works. And as the saying goes, I'm not the sharpest light bulb if in the knife drawer. Paul, hop on the strap. Come on, man. Let's not be.
and Tim, you shouldn't have to leave your own show just to have another
If
guest
I
on. Paul,
have to leave, I don't mind leaving. If he really can't stand me that much, come on, Paul. Let's be adults here. Let's talk. Let's talk some watch. Look, we got Vinny on here, right? He's got something to say to you, right? If you got problem with something we
Well,
were talking about here, I would love to get this addressed and out of the
that I
way.
wanted to say about it. At the moment,
Sorry, there's a bit of an like a audio problem. So Vinny, whenever you talk, you have to just talk, and we'll stop because if we're talking over each other, it like cuts out microphone.
oh,
One of our microphones. It's kind of weird. I don't
I
know
think it's
why.
his Wi-Fi. I think it's his Wi-Fi.
It's his Wi-Fi. Okay. Um. Okay.
I think what was interesting is they released the body camera footage of remember that incident where Anthony Ferrer went to that dealer in Scottsdale, Arizona, and tried to snatch back a Richard Mille that he had claimed was lost in a club when he was in Scottsdale attending the Grant Corleone conference. What's
Mhm.
interesting about this body camera footage is he's in the store and he's trying to get the watch back, and he's kind of arguing with the store, saying, "How come you didn't? How come you bought a box with bought a watch without box and papers?" And they said this. They said, "Well, you did the exact same thing. You're claiming that the watch you bought, this Richard Mille, which you say is yours, you bought without box and papers." And he's like, "Well, how come you didn't check social media to see if the watch was stolen?" And they're like, "We don't check social media. We check leads. Leads is the law enforcement database system. Okay, they check in Scottsdale. And in all local law enforcement areas, they have a system where they log uh, stolen merchandise. Like if someone
Mhm.
makes a police report, it says, I lost something and it was stolen, then it goes into this database system. And these guys, before they bought the watch, checked on leads, LEDS, which is the Scottsdale, Arizona stolen property lead data law enforcement database, and it wasn't there, right? And they said, we don't check anything else. We don't check watch registries. We don't go on. And then Anthony goes, well, I understand, but you should have checked social media. No one uses any of these registries. There's thousands of them, and none of them are comprehensive. He said so. Like the store was saying, you should check with the official lead system to see if it was stolen. Anthony Ferris says, don't check with any registries. Just check social media. It's like I don't. It's insane.
Yeah, don't check the stuff where it's actually verified that the stuff is stolen. Check
Right.
social media where anyone can just say, "Hey, these are my watches. They were stolen." And it's how do you prove anything? Right? Like, think about it.
My biggest of Anthony Farah is sadly he had absolutely no education whatsoever with regards to being a businessman. And it's different actually, understanding watches and trading with watches, but running a business, obviously you'd know the first thing that you would do in that situation is register a police report immediately after this incident happened, because that watch, I don't know, the accounting system may be slightly different in America, but that watch isn't his own watch. It is the property of the business. And therefore, acting as a steward of the business, as a director, you should have really filed that report immediately. So all of his failings for me are embedded in the fact that he just probably needed to get some education on how to actually run a business and understand the financials behind a business, understand how to make a cash flow forecast. I think cash flow really caught up with him in the end, was his major downfall.
And it's
But
it's
this just
also like
shows that, that sort of laissez-faire nature, laid back about everything. You can't run a business like that.
he has zero understanding of property laws or ownership laws or like what he could do as a civilian, right? He went in trying to recover a watch like he's like he's a police officer of the law. Like, what the hell? And
Yeah.
this is the danger with people thinking like, hey, they see somewhere that it's registered as stolen. That doesn't it doesn't necessarily mean that it was stolen. It doesn't mean that you can immediately take action and act as a officer of the law and seize the property. It's freaking
Yeah.
insane.
I actually have a
It's a
theory, and
shame.
just real quick, I actually have a theory. Some may call it a conspiracy theory about what actually happened here.
Oh
I
yeah.
think,
Tell
I
us.
think, I think that this Richard Mille that he had, he went to Scottsdale, and he actually hatched a plan to scam somebody out of the proceeds of the watch by doing the following. He basically gave the watch to an accomplice,
Uh-huh.
okay, and said, listen, I'm going to report the watch is stolen. I'm not going to report it with the police because that would be a crime if I file a false police report. What I'll do is, after I'm done with this conference, I'll say that I was drunk at a gay bar and it got stolen off my wrist or whatever, or lost. And I'll just do a few social media posts saying that the watch is gone. You take the watch and you sell it locally here, okay? Whatever you can get for it, I'll give you a finder's fee or I'll give you a commission of $5,000, but come back and give me the rest. So he probably sold it to the store, his accomplice, for like $100,000,
Yeah.
way under the market value. And he probably gave the guy, a little bit of a commission, maybe 10%, like, thanks for your services. And then he went back to California and said, listen, when these guys that you sold the watch to, as soon as they make it available for sale, as soon as they start marketing it, let me know. And they put it in the case, or they started like advertising it locally. Hey, we have a Richard Mille for sale. Anthony flew back and tried to dupe these people into handing over the watch without proper paperwork. He thought he was going to bully his way in,
Holy shit, that's brilliant.
grab a $250,000
You get a
Richard
watch
Mille
and the
back,
money, and they could
he was
claim insurance.
exactly. So I think this was a scam gone wrong.
Oh
Something
my
that he's
god,
yeah.
OC, this is like insane. There's actually, if some mafia kind of some criminals wanted to do this, they could like do this systematically, go through each dealership and do this kind of a pull this kind of a scheme. Daniel Katz 279, I have zero understand Tim, but he's the greatest. I have zero understand Tim, but he's the great. I don't get it.
I can't understand the super chat, but I like
I
Daniel
don't get it.
Katz.
Thank you for the super chat.
I think the problem.
Let me go use the
Anthony
restroom. I'll be right
is that
back.
he did that. He did
Go ahead,
that
Vinnie.
many marketing schemes and ploys to get attention. He became very addicted to that attention. You know, fame whore, as someone's described him as on YouTube. Now, when you look back at it, you know, retrospectively, you wonder what was real and what was just an act, what was drama, what was fake. I think he got caught up as well in this, believing he was in a reality TV space. And obviously in reality TV, a lot of it is scripted, a lot of it is planned, a lot of it is fake. And it's built around sort of half truths. And it ties in with what I was saying earlier on, actually. Half of social media is exaggerated truth. You know, a little bit of it is the truth and the rest of it is lies. And, you know, but if it made him money on the back of this from a big YouTube video with hundreds of thousands of views, then that gets him business. If it was all a scam or a marketing ploy, you just never know with this guy. He wrote the playbook for me on how not to be a businessman.
Definitely. I mean, it's proved that a lot of the things that he did were publicity stunts, like the closing down the shop or whatever it was, and then he faked a robbery in his Hollywood Hills home. There's no evidence that there was an actual robbery there, just so the news could come the next morning and film him. So he was definitely, he thought that just because you were on social media, that gave you the qualifications to be a good business person, and we all know that that's not the case. Brody says, OC, the female working there was onto that same theory. She explains it at the end of the video after Anthony leaves. Okay, interesting. Yeah. The thing is, like, how do you know? You can't just hand over a piece of property to somebody. You know, it's a civil matter. You have to go through the courts, and you have to file police reports and do all this kind of stuff. You can't just walk in and say, "Hey, I think that's mine," and grab it. But that's what he was trying to do. He thought he found some local jewelry store that would be bamboozled by his, walking in with his bravado or whatever.
Yeah. I think this is great journalism from Crime Piece there. I don't know how they've managed to obtain this video. It's really good. And
Freedom of Information Act.
Look back.
Yeah, and not only that, but now we now also have information. We have this invoice which shows who actually sold Anthony the Richard Mille in the first place, and I already have inside information that he's worked with this dealer before. He actually, I don't want to say because, but he's sold them pieces before, and we also have, I believe, the name of the person that sold this jewelry store the watch. I believe the name was Kevin Miller. So if you come in and sell an expensive piece like that, they're going to get your identification. They're going to take a picture of you because they want to be able to know where do we obtain this watch. So they actually have the identity of the person who may be Anthony's accomplice, who actually sold this jewelry store the RM that Anthony was claiming was lost.
This is additional jail time that he can go to for it, because this is
fraud. This is attempted fraud.
Holy shit! Wow. Don't do this, kids. You see, this is what you need to avoid doing. Don't be like Anthony Farrah. Man, this guy could run circles around some individuals. He was very crafty. Like all of his stuff. I remember, he was giving away these watches if people sent him a consignment. Like, think about what a guy. Like, whenever he needed the money. Like every time he needed the money, he came up with a new kind of a thing. And he said, okay, everybody who sends me a watch for consignment will be entered into a raffle, and he'll give away an Hublot with the diamond bezel.
Tim, that's still going on. It wasn't just specific and unique to Anthony Farrah or of the time of a year ago when the market was booming and a lot of money was being made, margins were bigger. There's dealers now, even in the UK, who are giving away in a giveaway a car, a car that's worth £60,000, I think it was.
What?
If they buy a watch from them, they enter into this raffle. Every £10,000, I think it was, over 10,000 they spend, they get another ticket into this raffle. But I'm just looking at that from my perspective. Of the 5% margins, that 5 to 10% margins that they might have. I mean, they trade mostly in Rolex. That is probably the lowest margin brand. It is the lowest margin brand of any watchmaker's any watch dealer's inventory at the moment. How the hell are they managing to fund a giveaway of a £60,000 car just by signing up a few extra customers? I just don't understand that. So it ties into this. I always am naturally suspicious of people. I look at it and I think, how is that? How is it possible? I would struggle to give away a chocolate bar.
Yeah, because they're not running a legitimate business. That's why.
Year.
That's why they're because they're not. Because how was Anthony able to have that kind of luxury lifestyle, cars and everything, running his business? Very easy. It was the $5 million debt. That's how he did it. If there's something shady going on, then it is shady. It's just, and you should guys stay away, because it's like, I think we came to that conclusion kind of yesterday. It's like all the dealers that seem to be shady, they gotta be shady. Hakan says, "Do you guys think if I purchase a piece of Timepiece Gentleman, they take a picture and ask for my ID to keep the paper trail? Highly doubt it. These guys are professionals." Yeah, Timepiece Gentleman. I wonder how his thing is gonna go. I really want to see whether he's gonna get sentenced. And by the way,
for this, and in the UK, obviously, we have to file company accounts. My background is as an accountant, qualified accountant. A finance degree. I don't understand how it's possible that he could have purchased all of these lavish things, an expensive car, paying the rent of his employees, and in an expensive venue. How on earth it's possible that he could have applied such expenses to his business? I mean, every year in the UK, in April, we have to file our end of year accounts. And then obviously it's judged what the corporation tax on that will be and whether expenses are allowable. Our accountant will say, no, that's ridiculous. That isn't an allowable expense. Yeah. It just baffles me to
it's the United States. It's the United States, Vinnie. You're allowed to expense anything. Listen, I even know of a famous YouTuber that buys tons of luxury watches and expenses them against the business. I don't know any. I mean, I can't name them off the top of my head, but they actually charge the watches as a legitimate business expense because they're a watch YouTuber, and the IRS has gone along with it. So
yeah, it's if you could prove that it's somehow involved in your business, then you could expense it. But it's not to say that come on, man, Vinny. You think Timepiece Gentleman was paying taxes? This guy, he wasn't expensing anything because he wasn't paying taxes on anything. Like we can't trust that Timepiece Gentleman kept accurate books for all of his transactions. And there was a lot of stuff that he was doing that was cash. And when he separated from Grand Caliber, he left them with a big unpaid tax burden. So yeah, the guy was a crook. He was a crook. He knew what he was doing. He knew he was delaying inevitable debt. It was gonna come and crash on him eventually, because he was able to rack up $5 million debt. That's it's very impressive. But I'm glad people
in the UK, if you purchase an asset for the business, a capital asset, then that capital asset cannot be fully written off in the first year that it was purchased. It has to be depreciated over its useful economic life. So what we have to do is basically write off a percentage of the cost of that to the income statement, which is basically the report every year for our profitability. So it goes into the expenses. So we can only use a portion of that capital asset in writing off against the profitability for that year. So how on earth he was getting away with all of it? I think probably your accounting system needs to be looked at, needs to be a bit more thorough. Yeah, over here we're part of international financial reporting standards. The US, I know isn't, so that encompasses, and the UK. So maybe that's another thing. Maybe the system in the US needs to be better so that things like this don't happen again.
Yeah, and it's a watch market. It was a completely unregulated industry, so there's a lot of opportunity, but there's also a lot of danger. OC91, thank you so much for $2 super chat. It's not a debt. He stole the 5 million. He's a thief. Right. Exactly. The thing is, he wasn't expensing stuff because the watches were on consignment. They weren't on consignment, right? They were on consignment, meaning he was taking the money, he was taking the watches, and then keeping the money and slow rolling the payout because he wanted to hold on to the money for as long as possible so that he could do additional flips in between.
3 million of it. 3 million of it. The other 2 million, I think it was provided by investors. Now, an investor invests at their own risk. So what they do is they inject that capital into the business, and they get some kind of a return from that. So that return could be shares in ownership of the business. It could be dividends when the business realizes certain profit further on down the chain. But they do so at their own risk. So I don't feel any sympathy at all for the 2 million.
No, but here's the thing. I do feel sympathy for the investors because Timepiece Gentleman created a fancy schmancy website, right? And a website like this, then you got a social media following where he can say whatever the fuck he wants, right? Look at his website. You go here, and it still looks like you could buy watches. Look, you could buy it right now. It's one in stock available. It's still working. It's fancy, and it used to be functional. When he wasn't in jail, it was fully functional. Look, you could order hoodies from him. He seemed legitimate. Look how legitimate the website looked. It's best in class, I would say, compared to anything else.
This again, Tim, is what comes into what we were saying earlier. You're getting pulled into all of the fancy online presence. That store, you could create something very quickly and similar to it within an hour on Shopify. There are templates that you can just download, upload the photographs. There are thousands of stock images of watches online. Upload the photographs, have that live, pay £15 for the domain name, and you're away. You're doing business.
Tim, you told me your website took 6 months to do.
Well, no, it's not that simple. I mean, I think he had to have paid someone to. Even those Shopify websites, they're not as simple as it seems. It takes a lot of work to connect all the parts. Look, and he had all kinds of sections. Look, you can apply for a job at a Timepiece Gentleman. I mean, this was built like a legitimate business. Look, headquarters. You had about us. You had a biography of everyone who was working for him. It was like in every single way that you could look at the website. It looked legitimate, but the guy was
Demand Generation was his YouTube show and his Instagram, and
Yeah.
he used that social media to funnel to create a false legitimacy that he was a real dealer. That's the real shame in it all, is that he paved the way for a whole bunch of people who just created Instagram accounts and presented themselves as legitimate dealers. And if they created a day in the life show, like these two elephants in Texas, the Wolven guys, and even Roman Scharf jumped on the bandwagon and started doing these reality style TV shows because he saw that that's what the new generation of watch investor thought was cool. And if you did these, day in the life shows of you running around, flying from place to place, throwing $100,000 parties, and traveling across the country to deliver a watch, that made you a legitimate dealer.
Exactly, and this is what my problem is with like digital watch vault, for example, right? Like, yes, the website looks good. It looks like it's all working and stuff, right? But you could say the same thing about the Timepiece Gentleman website. This looks like a functional website. Like I can come here and buy watches. There's even a deal of the day that you can sign up for, right? But nothing could be further from the truth. Because I know, if I didn't know that Timepiece Gentleman is in jail behind bars right now, how can anyone from the street, you get someone from the street, you put them in front of the computer and you say, hey, look at this website. What does this look like to you? Anyone who doesn't know, they'll think that you could still buy these things.
Yeah, look, this place, they have their own merchandise, they have a website, they have a reality show based on them. They must be a legitimate company. They
Yeah.
must be very successful. And they've also, like, the guys who've been in the business for 10 or 20 years, who have been very successful and have earned the right to have nice things. Like, they've earned the right to own a nice car, they've earned the right to own a boat or whatever. That the new generation of social media influencer YouTube dealers thought, well, hey, I can just fake it. If I can just lease the Ferrari and I just lease and I just buy these first class flights and I buy the $17,000 steak dinners, it will make me look like I'm successful and people will believe in me and I'll have this false credibility.
And they did believe in him, and they'd invested $2 million, right? There was some guy, right, Vinny, who gave Timepiece Gentleman like $2 million. That's why Timepiece Gentleman created the website.
We don't know. I mean, when you invest in a business, as I said, you've got to have some kind of a return from it. To just give $2 million and say, oh, we'll figure it out later on down the line as to what I get back from that. I'm just going to give $2 million because I believe in you. That's not the real world. That's not real business. He would have had to, in the real world, surrender equity in the business, promise dividends further on down the line, and at the very least have a big business plan that explains what the projections and the financials and the cash flow forecast is for the future of this business, what the ambition is, and what maybe the exit strategy may be. And
he did. He created all of that. It's so crazy. The guy was so mad, right? He had all these videos where he was acting like a coach. He's like, he said, like, week 1, meet Mark Wahlberg. Week 2, open business with Mark Wahlberg. He had like these plans all sketched out, and people.
That was all pie in the sky, Tim. It was all pie in the sky. Real investors. This is why I question who these guys actually were and what they were really getting. We can speculate, but in the real world, you need to be providing detailed financials and go through a several-month process to appease such investors, working with lawyers and accountants to win over such an investment. And some of the wealthiest people in the world have become wealthy through gaining big investment from startups in big tech, for example, in bioscience, I think it is. So biotech industries, but they've done really well because they are excellent at nailing that process of winning over the investor. And it is of the similar sort of figures, because that kind of a money, Tim, in the real world should breed a lot more money.
But the danger is that there's a lot of people, they see other people that have invested, they hear investment success stories from Kevin O'Leary, but they have no idea how to invest, and that's why they fall for obvious scams like investing into the Timepiece Gentleman. These guys probably thought, hey, this is equivalent of doing a startup. This is what Timepiece Gentleman is. He sold this as a startup, as a reality TV show, wristwatch world business plan, and people bought it.
Yeah, Tim, wouldn't you think though that people who have worked so hard to amass such wealth that they're able to pick and choose what to invest in? Wouldn't you think that there'd be intelligent people to actually get to that level of wealth? I mean, it must take a level of intelligence to build a business that creates you that much money that you're able to go and invest it. So
actually, Vinny, if you looked at the type of the people who Timepiece Gentleman surrounded himself with, it was really sole proprietor entrepreneurs, like plumbers, electricians, contractors, real estate developers, people who started out as a a one-man business and became successful. And that's what they saw in Anthony. Like they saw, oh my God, I see a lot of myself in him. He's just a
Right.
hustler. He's a hustler who has street smarts. He's a good salesperson, and
You
he's
don't
he's a
have to be
one-man
really
show. And
smart
yeah,
in United States to earn a lot of money,
yeah.
because the
Case in
like,
point,
yeah,
Tim
there's
Wright.
no requirement to be smart to earn a lot of money in the United States. People can get lucky and earn ton of money with just inventing, like that the guy who invented the duck whistle. Right, that doesn't take. Well, look, it takes certain kind of intelligence, but that's certainly not investment intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Somebody could be an artist, right? Could get great singing, but like just because Taylor Swift is a great singer doesn't make her. But she is a great also businesswoman. That's
It's not
why.
just about the product; it's about how well and how well it's delivered and reaches the audience. And I think that's what Anthony got so right, is the story and the emotional rhetoric behind him and his brand. And that's probably what coaxed a lot of people into believing and buying from him and also investing in him, which is a shame, really. But I
Well,
don't feel anything for the
he
2 million.
learned. Anthony Farrell learned his business skills from people like Grant Cardone. Those guys are scammers. They're MLM. Even Mr. Wonderful, isn't he? He gained his wealth from MLMs. Oh no, sorry, no, it wasn't Mr. Wonderful. It was what's this other guy that he has, a very very famous guy. Shit.
You're thinking who he looked up to, or who he learned from?
Who he learned from, but he learned from like Grant Cardone, right? Like these motivational speaker business gurus
Yeah,
that
but he also
earn their
but he also
money from
yeah, but he
teaching
also learned
classes,
from
not from their business.
yeah, but he also learned from this guy PJ Kadimi, who was the guy who invented the Watch Trading Academy.
Oh yeah,
When he was very very early on, he watched this. Well, this guy PJ is a very he surrounds himself with the Ferraris and the Cause sculptures and the fancy looking house, and he created this online course called the Watch Trading Academy. And Anthony admits that that was what convinced him that he could make money flipping
Yeah.
watches.
There's so many people, I see it every day on Instagram. So many people, even young lads who are sort of 17, 18, that profess to being a guru of something. I know everything. I'm a fitness coach. I've got a decent body, training at the gym, and then suddenly they're able to teach people. And I think that a lot of these gurus, they're great at selling the fact that the packages or the coaching packages, but have they really actually mastered the art that they're trying to sell? What they are, a salesman of the courses that they're selling.
Correct.
Probably not really the actual complete article. And there's so much of that now on I see it every day on Instagram. Gurus, I look at them and I'm like, well, what's your background? What's your actual background? What's your actual expertise and credibility to be lecturing me on this issue?
yeah. Anthony's work. Anthony's credibility was he was in jail like 3 times and had 67 DUIs, and work at a
Yeah.
massage parlor. That was his past, and somehow everybody's like, "Man, this is the guy I want to trust with my $100,000 watch. I'll send it to him on consignment, no guarantees." What the? Just because he's on YouTube. I mean,
Yeah.
OC91, thank you so much for $2 super chat. He's Anna Delvoy. He's a Tinder swindler loser. Thank you, OC91.
Anyway, guys, it's coming up to midnight here, so I need to get some sleep.
Vinny,
Busy day.
really appreciate you coming on to the stream, talking watches, talking about the gray market, and I'm gonna drop the link to your channel again in the chat. People, please go subscribe, and hopefully we could do this again in the future.
If not, I'll see you at Watches and Wonders, and we'll link up there. Maybe go for a meal. That would be nice.
Yeah, let's do dinner. I'll introduce. We could do all dinner together after Watches and Wonders on like Saturday when it all ends, and we can all go together.
Okay.
For a
Lovely.
late night Indian food.
Yeah, great. Lovely to meet you too as well, OC.
All right, take care, Vinny.
Yeah, then. Bye-bye. Bye.
Take care. Good guy.
Vinny. Vinny, the UK watch dealer and YouTuber.
Very cool guy. Made an interesting video. I highly recommend everybody goes watches it. But digital watch, it's very critical of digital watch vault, which I've been very critical of. I'm not gotta be honest, not a huge fan of the digital watch vault. I think it's promising the world. It's promising to end all watch crime. To me, whenever I hear over promises like this, I think Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes vibes.
Listen,
It's like
we haven't. To be fair, we haven't talked about, and Tim, I don't think I've heard you talk about Digital Watch Vault for months,
exact
and months and months. The only reason why we even covered it is because Vinny did a very interesting video about it, and it was, and then it was pulled, and then he put it back up, and so it was kind of mysterious circumstances. But that's why we covered the contents of the video. And to Vinny's credit, he came on and he explained it.
was great to have his explanation. Also, was great to hear Paul Thorpe give his view on this the whole thing. Interesting discussion, all in all. Gotta be honest. Oh, see, also, speaking of things going missing, uh, get this: somebody bought about 200 subscribers for the UK Watch Community channel, and
Oh,
yeah, well, I was thinking, is this going to be the next way they're gonna take us down? Buy
they're
some
trying to.
subscribers for the channel and then report it for buying subscribers. You think that's
I don't know. Can you report a channel for buying subscribers? I
you
mean,
could, yeah. There's a way to file a report. So just uh just a warning out, sending a warning. Please, if it's a friendly person who did it, please don't do it. If it's somebody who's trying to take the channel down, then you know what? Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. We'll see. We'll see. Guys, don't let them take us down. Go subscribe to the UK Watch community. The UK Watch
yeah, it
community.
had it's doing very well on its own. It doesn't need help from Indian bot farms.
Exactly. The link is in the chat. Please go subscribe. The guys had an incredible show earlier today. Should Rolex be worried about UK watchmakers? They went to the British watchmakers show. Reported from there, seen incredible people. And look, most of the watches were kind of garbagey, but that Fears OC, the Fears watch, I'm kind of liking it.
I know you were smitten. You're
I've
smitten
been
with it.
salivating all over it.
Can you please take this off the screen?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
How
you.
about this? How about if I put
No,
this? Is this better?
please no.
The elephants. Look at this. The woven elephants replaced Mike and Josh with some two other guys. The next two victims. This is the next two guys that are going to.
These are the next two guys. They're driving around in their Bentleys and they're all black this and they're all black that and they're black hoodies. Like
It looks
disgusting.
like these elephants guys. They're whoever they got there, whoever they got assistants. They're just like they use these guys as their personal servants. It's really interesting what's going on there.
They're probably training a couple new salespeople.
Yeah, training them. Okay. Well, anyways, it's very, very boring over there. OC. So what do you want to talk about? How you been doing?
There's so much to talk about. I mean, there's the new Rolex Day-Date.
Bam.
There's the Bonhams auction that closed. There's a Sotheby's auction that closes tomorrow. An auction in New York.
Bonhams closed.
Bonhams closed today. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's look at that. What do you guys? You guys want to look at the Bonhams auction?
No, they don't want to. They
They
don't
don't
want
want
to
to
see
do
that
that.
nonsense. We'll do it some other time.
Should we
We'll
do the Oscars? I promise people to take a look at the Oscars. You want
The Oscars is cool. Yeah. I thought the Oscars was fantastic last night. It
Yeah?
was unbelievable. It was extremely well produced. There was a lot of touching moments. There's a great part in the Oscars where they show 5 Oscar winners on the screen, and then those 5 Oscar winners come out and present the nominees for that same category for which they won in years past. And they give these moving speeches about each of the nominees. And they did that for several categories. It was really, really good. Shout out to Billie Eilish, who won an Oscar.
Wow.
Billie Eilish won an Oscar last night for one
That's
of the
great.
songs that she. Yeah, so it was really, really good show. I know you guys. A lot of people probably don't like it, but
Is there a way to watch a replay, or is this live on TV?
I think you can. I
could
check
probably watch it on
ABC. Check the ABC app
ABC. I don't want to get the
in the
app.
United States.
I couldn't be bothered. If it's not on YouTube, I don't want to.
It might be on your. You don't have cable or anything, do you?
Come on, man.
Yeah, you don't have TV.
I've canceled my Netflix.
They have clips on YouTube. Go to Oscar account on YouTube, the Oscar channel.
Yeah, I've canceled Netflix yesterday. I was saying it's $16 a month. That's insane. I haven't watched anything. The roommate wanted me to keep it, but then I got billed for like $16 again, and she hasn't watched for the past 2 months. So what the fuck am I paying for? I wanted to cancel it. She begged me not to, but then she doesn't watch. What's the point?
Yeah, but then she'll find there'll be a show that she wants to watch next month, and you'll be
I don't care. It's too expensive. It's not. I give up on Netflix. Now there's ads on Netflix now. What the fuck? Oh, see, why did I get Netflix? The whole point of Netflix was that there's gonna be no ads. Now they have ads.
Oh, they have ads now. That's a pain.
Yeah.
Do they have like Netflix Premium where you?
Yeah, you have to pay extra. It's like, hey, if you paid the same amount you were paying, we're gonna put ads. So now you have to pay extra. They're threatening you, and you can no longer share your password with your friends as much.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't want it. I couldn't be bothered.
Hey, we are subscribers to Netflix in this household, so we still support them.
Cool. Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. Buckley says, I can't watch the Oscars. Actors are the most fake people on the earth, but they are actors. That's the whole point. Do you understand? That's why they're actors.
They're playing a role. They're playing a role.
Real
people.
Buckley. That's why you watch it, because they're the most fake people on earth. That's the whole point of it.
Robert Downey
They're
Jr.
the top fake people. Do you understand? Yeah. That's what the Oscars is about. It's like saying, look, this is a guy who can fake another human being the best. They get an award for being a fake human being. That's the point. They're not getting an award for being the most real person in the world. It's absolute. That's okay. Never mind. Hey, Sean, hop on the stream. Sean.
Robert Downey Jr. Was great last night. He looked very cool. He was also self-deprecating because everyone knows about his past. So it's cool.
Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. What about his past? Oh, he was not well.
I think drug. He was on cocaine or whatever.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Who wasn't on the cocaine? Let's be honest. Which celebrity?
Not me. By the way, Ryan Gosling did an amazing performance of this song.
He's a singer now. What the hell?
Yeah. He was great. By the way,
when did he learn to sing?
He's a good singer, and he was accompanied by Slash and Wolfgang Van Halen on stage. It was fucking awesome.
What the hell is going on? Oh, see, Ryan Gosling is singing now. This is insane.
Well, he was the star of the Barbie movie, and he sang in that movie as well. Sang songs.
Wow. Oh yeah, and he was in the other one, right? What's it called?
Yeah, La La Land.
The La La Land. Hey, Sean. Wow, what a view. What a view. Are you in Florida?
You in Hawaii? Where are you?
In Miami?
Hawaii.
Hawaii. Oh, nice.
Kona, baby.
Beautiful. Sure you meet up with Speedy Hernandez. Are you meeting up with Speedy Hernandez?
Is he in Kona?
He's in Hawaii, I believe. Oh, he's in Honolulu, I think.
Honolulu, yeah, that's you're not on the same island.
Yeah.
No, I would have loved to meet him. Yeah. Gonna be here.
Casey Jones,
for the rest of
Brooklyn,
the
if you're
week.
watching, yeah, let us know. We can hook you up with Sean.
That would be awesome.
How long are you
That
staying?
would be awesome. I'm here the rest of the week.
Make sure to keep us updated on the outfits.
Okay.
Okay, because look, Sean, I gotta tell you, Waco
Yeah.
made a post last night about. Let me show you this.
P.T. Uomo.
Yes, that's right, about P.T. Uomo. Sean,
Yeah.
and he was with
Oh yeah.
Alessandro Rosquezi.
Yeah.
And I went on Alessandro Rosquezi Instagram, right? And look, I really like the way. See, he what he's doing is he catalogs his outfits, right? So he's a winter outfit, and he does he shows it off. Then he also does like this one, and he does some close-ups. He'll show a watch that he's wearing, and he'll show the shoes. You see this?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This is I don't understand why you're not doing this. You got the fancy camera now. There's no excuse. I look at this. And the amount of effort that you put into your outfits, you should be documenting them because
Like this kind of shots.
yes, that's it. Whoa, very nice, very nice. Oh, look at this. Are you wearing denim jeans?
I am actually. I don't
Cool.
have any tropical outfits with me because
Are you gonna
the
go shopping?
linen, yeah, linen pants and everything I have, they don't fit me. It's still I'm a little bit overweight, so I have to lose some weight. So yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs with Shima. We're gonna hop on a shuttle so they can take us to their shopping center and see if I can find anything. So
Nice.
Are you planning on
Yeah.
doing any helicopter rides to other islands or sightseeing while you're there?
yeah, we gotta have. We got golf planned for Thursday. So and then I have tomorrow we got some stuff planned. Probably Wednesday we're gonna go for drive through the drive through the island. And we were here last time. I think we were here in 2018, right? The year that they had the big volcano eruption. And then Thursday I have the golf. We have a round of golf to play, and then probably Friday maybe we'll do some helicopter riding. If not Wednesday. So
Right.
yeah, it's gonna be beautiful.
You need to do the hike that Carson Chrono did. I'm gonna try to find you a link.
Do you
Where
do it where the with the black sand? Where is that? Where the black sand beach is?
yeah,
Is that?
I think that's where the volcano at the top. You
Oh,
can
the
see.
volcano. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
go up there and you get to see the volcano itself. I think I found it. Here we go. Volcano. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay. Check this out. Look at this. There we go. It's this one right here. Volcano House. Look at that. You can see the lava moving.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Isn't that nutty? Isn't that just nutty? That's-
That's it. That's what I would love. And then you can watch it bubbling at night.
yeah. Yeah. We did that too. We did that last time we were here.
Oh
It's
yeah.
it's very prehistoric, isn't it?
Yes. Oh my god. It's so cool.
Reminds me of that scene in Star Wars Episode 3.
Yeah.
They're on the lava planet.
Yeah, that was me and Rolex fighting.
Well, I just wanted to jump on and say hello. And oh, you know what? It's the weather is not that great. It's supposed to get better next few days.
Mhm.
But I thought I'd bring you a little bit of a view from paradise. You
Thank
can't beat
you, Mr.
Hawaii,
Farm.
man.
Take
It's awesome.
pictures. Take pictures for us and
I
send them
will.
over to me. I would love to share
You
them
got
on
it.
the stream.
You got it. Take care, guys.
Thank
OC, good to see you. Take care, Timmy.
Be safe
All
out
right.
there.
Have fun there.
Thank
Yeah.
you, brother. Thank you. Bye.
Hope he inspects the maintenance records of the helicopter before he goes on.
You gotta be careful with that stuff. You gotta be careful. By the way, Ryan Gosling here, he wore that Tudor. Sorry, not the Tudor. Jesus Christ. He wore the Tag Heuer with the
Tag Heuer.
with a synthetic diamond logo.
Lab. Oh, okay.
Lab grown. Yeah, lab freaking grown Tag Heuer. Let me pull it up here just for a second. Tag lab grown pink. Here we go. Let's see. Tag Heuer watches. Let's see. Oh, I don't think we'll ever find it this way. By the way, there were some tags that were released. Or some news. Oh, it's this one right here. Look at that. diamond, lab grown diamond crown, the hour markers, and the Tag Heuer logo. It looks kind of cool. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of the osmium dial Chopek that George Varghese has. You know, that shimmery whatever.
That's right. That's a out of all the Chapex, that's one of those that I really like. I think those are going to be worth because the dial is so special. It's one of a kind. So those are always going to be in demand.
Is there a price on that watch?
It's like 80,000, I think. I know, it's expensive. It's really expensive. Yeah, it's like on request. They don't show it here. It's 36 millimeter case. It is fucking nice.
Is he is he an ambassador, a formal ambassador with Heuer, or did he just happen to
Yeah.
be? Okay.
No, they're probably paying him big money to promote Tag, and it's great because he's a young guy. Tag is for young hip guys.
They got their money's worth because the watch definitely showed itself off, like in this shot here, which
Yeah.
yeah.
You can't make this stuff up. It's very cool.
It's also a cool thing about the Oscars too. It's not just about fashion, but the accessories too. Like the jewelry companies are very much involved, and the watch companies are very much involved in making sure that their watch gets placed on the right celebrities. So it's very cool.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of like, right, this is also outfits are sponsored, right? A lot of the stuff,
The designers,
whatever the celebrities wear, a lot of the stuff that they wear to this event is
they get for free.
right?
Yeah, they get for free, and they get it customized for them.
Yeah, because obviously these high-end brands, they want their clothes to be worn by these top people, right? So it just makes sense. It's good promo. Chanel did that early on. And look now, right? Like what an investment. Giving a free dress to Marilyn Monroe, and now like all of those historical important pictures, she's wearing Chanel. It's like a free advertisement for the brand.
Right. These pictures live on like year after year after year after year. You know?
Yeah. So it's pretty cool. What do we got here? Omega Deville by I don't know how to pronounce his name. Cillian Murphy. It's the Oppenheimer.
Yes.
There you go. Omega Deville. Very interesting. I guess maybe he's got partnership with Omega. You think it's his own? I don't think it's his own.
No. Nothing is well, I mean, it's possible it's his own.
You think so? I mean, yeah, it's possible.
There were a lot of shots of Robert Downey Jr. where he's sitting in his seat and his left arm is conveniently placed closest to the camera, and you can see that big giant looks like a Jaeger LeCoultre reverso, like one of those big ones with the complications and shit inside. You know, it looked really cool. I don't know if that's part of this article.
I think it is. You want me to skip it to
No,
it?
no, you don't have to. But it was like he got a lot of.
Go here, bam, Robert Downey Jr. Bam, right there. Oh yeah, you're right. It looks like a rose gold, maybe the new chronograph. Wow. Like reversible, one side is a watch, the other one is a chronograph. That's a possibility that this is the one. Because the new, or what did they say here? Just tribute chronograph in pink gold. That's literally what I said I thought it was. Let me pull it up here. Oh wait, reverse tribute chronograph. Where's the chronograph? That would be the new one. This one, right? Doesn't it look like this one?
Yeah.
This would be one side, and that would be the back side, right here, the chrono.
Yeah, there were a lot of shots with him, and the watch was very clearly visible. So they got their airtime.
Whoa, sorry. Jesus. Let me just present this way. Bam, there we go. Look at that. That is very interesting chronograph by JLC. Robert Downey Jr., very interesting choice. Who is he with? Who's this? Who's the lady? Is that his wife?
I don't know. Maybe
Just someone he's with. Did he get any? Oh, he got nominated, right? He got an Oscar.
Did he win? I'm not sure. Yeah, he won. He won.
Holy shit! Oh, look at this, Michelle Yo. She was back at it with the Aremo 702. That's the same RM she wore at the. There was a like a show in New York, right? There was like a fashion show, or what was it? Some kind of a different show. Not that long ago, like 6 months. He won the best actor for Oppenheimer, for his acting in Oppenheimer, or
Best
a different
supporting.
one.
Was he in Oppenheimer?
Yeah, I thought he was. No,
Yeah.
he was very good. Let's see, Oppenheimer.
Yeah, this is like the third or fourth award show in a row where she's worn that watch. She was at the like the what do they call it? That thing in the gala in New York. What do they call that? The Met Gala?
The Met Gala.
Yeah, she was there.
Yeah, that's a nice RM. It's an interesting how RM is also very clever, though, that they infiltrated like the actors.
She's really the Oscars is like a very conservative kind of event.
Mhm.
So you don't see very many RMs there. You see a lot of other stuff.
Right. Well, Rolex has been sponsoring Oscars forever, right?
Yes.
Hey, speaking of respectable sponsors, Buckley, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hey, how you
Hello.
doing?
I'm doing just fantastic.
Where are you at?
I'm home.
Oh, very cool, very cool.
Roger Federer sporting the very cool looking white jacket.
Was he just
with-
guest of honor? What's
No,
up?
he's a huge celebrity, so he goes to all of these things, and Rolex paid for him to be there, right? Rolex is a huge supporter of the Academy, sponsor of the Academy, and the official watch of the Oscars. So
Wow. Okay, that makes perfect sense, right? And he's their number one ambassador, so they probably paid him to be there.
yeah, he
Right?
and his wife were there, and his wife was sporting this fully pavéed, beautiful date, with the pavé dial and the pavé center links.
Holy shit.
And here is sporting the most desirable and coveted Rolex on the planet, the Le Mans.
The lemma.
Le Mans.
Lemma.
Gloves,
Buckley-
sunglasses. By the way, sunglasses supplied by Oliver Peoples.
Oh, sure. Look at that. I get a lot of hate whenever I wear my sunglasses, but when Roger Federer does it, it's cool. When Tim Wright does it, then it's not. Yo, Daniel, welcome to the show.
Yes, I'm here to be yelled at. I'm here for anyone who wants to scold anyone. I'm here.
Daniel, do you watch the Oscars? Are you a fan of the
No.
Oscars?
No, I did hear Jimmy Kimmel's little remark. I just saw little bits and pieces, but I don't like watching the Oscars. I'm really happy that woman from Holdover, the movie Holdover with Giamatti. It's a small film, and yeah, I liked her role. Not a surprise, but she was Best Supporting Actress, and I saw the YouTube clip on that. She was really real, and I'm the only idiot that didn't see the big films. I guess OC, you saw all the big films, eh?
I saw two of them.
Okay, I got
Um,
to see that. Oppenheimer, I've got to see it. I just chickened away from seeing.
Oh, I
it.
saw Oppenheimer too. I saw Oppenheimer. I saw Killing Moon or whatever that was called. I saw American Fiction.
Good for you, OC. Great respect. I'll have to catch it.
I don't see as many movies as I like, though.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Actually, Roger Federer is coming out with his own line. He actually has his own collection
Really?
of sunglasses with Oliver Peoples now. Yeah, launching this year. So
Is he? I know Roger likes to play tennis, but is he in the majors still in tennis, or did he retire?
he's retired. He's retired.
Okay. I mean, he's still playing for fun, but he's decided to retire.
Nope, he gave it up completely. Refuses to touch a tennis racket.
Where did you hear this? He made
I'm just
some.
making it up. Making it up.
I like it.
He charges $50,000 just to be seen with a racket now.
He might charge you more to be seen with me.
What do you guys think about some of these watches at the Oscars? Any surprises?
No. Very, very predictable. All of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is this is the Oscars rigged? Are these watches are they too promoted? Look at this one. That's we saw
Wait a minute. Can you go back to?
yeah, that's Ryan Gosling. That's the
Yeah, he's sponsored by them.
yeah.
He's Canadian, by the way.
He wore it on stage, and now here he's wearing it again. It's 36 size. Yeah.
But isn't this trying too hard? What I don't know. This is not him to me. I don't know.
He was wearing a Rolex Air King 34 before this. Now his sponsor.
It's too small. Okay.
Look, these people can afford their pieces, but I wonder if it's even theirs. It's just showcasing the pieces. Or
Sponsored by Tag. Tag gives him these watches.
oh,
He's on a lot of ads all over the place now for Tag.
oh,
Yeah. Tag is doing massive marketing campaigns, like targeted at young generation. Let's keep going here. What about this gentleman, Starling Kelby Brown, IWC Portugueser? Oh shit, Tourbillon.
Why would they put the tourbillon on the side like that?
IWC is nuts.
But they're known for their asymmetrical subdials, so it actually kind of makes sense, right? Their design is having the subdials at the 6, 9, 12. So
No, actually, their chronograph is at 6 and 12 usually. They don't
you're
have
right. Yep, you're right. They have
yeah.
two. Yeah,
They have two registers on them. And they got
fair
this
enough.
verticality to them. The Portugueser. But I mean, with the tourbillon, Portuguese with tourbillon, that's they gave it to him for free. I'm thinking, like, why would a celebrity buy something like this?
Yeah, they wouldn't notify that.
Yeah,
Where do you even find that?
it's like the most expensive IWC. If you walk into IWC
They
and
don't
you
even
say,
have-
hey, give me the most expensive one, that's what they give.
Right. They don't even have that though. Go in IWC. How often do you see a tourbillon?
Not in the window. They probably have it in the back.
Hey,
Like, I want something special. And that's when they pull this out as something special. But in reality, it's just the biggest ripoff.
not even in the back. Maybe in head office.
Yeah. But hey, look, IWC, it's a quality brand. I own one. Obviously I wouldn't pay for this one because as watch geeks, we want the tourbillon from Breguet. Let's keep going here. What is this? Jesus. That looks like dude, that looks like the
MB&F?
No.
It's not
Simon
yet.
Brett.
You're not close enough. Can you get closer?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I thought it looks like Simon Brett. Oh, it is Simon Brett. Cole Walliser. Cole Walliser with the Simon Brett. What the F?
This whole shtick where you appear surprised because you've read the
No, I
article in
didn't. I
advance.
didn't watch
Bullshit!
it.
Bullshit!
You think
I
I
know
reviewed
this.
the freaking article? When do I have the time to review the article, OC? I can't fake the surprise.
Just saying, you don't have to be so surprised.
I
Like, oh
am
my
surprised.
god, I got it right. Like, yeah, we know you read it.
I didn't read it. Why would
Jesus
I read
Christ.
it? I didn't have the time. I was dealing with That Watch Guy UK, the UK watch community. I had no time to read the article. Think about it. At 2:00, we did the pre-show. Then the That Watch
And
Guy
the roommate
UK.
yelled at you. Then the roommate
Yeah.
yelled at you.
Yeah, when did I have the time? I didn't have the time.
You pulled it up. Relax. But it was like, you don't have to be so obvious about it. Oh my god, I got it.
Okay,
Please.
sorry. It's
The drama.
Beautiful piece, though. Beautiful piece.
He's so smart. I never would have guessed this. Tim, how did you know?
Okay, what is that? What is she wearing? Oh, see it.
Wearing jewelry.
I didn't
can't
read the
tell.
article. I didn't read.
No,
the
I
article.
didn't read it either. But can you guess which watch that is?
No. Guess for me. Guess. What do you think it is?
I don't know. I mean, I could. I actually I know what this one is, but can you
sure.
can you
Amazing.
guys tell?
I'm guessing Piaget.
Okay, good guess. What about Buckley?
I have no idea.
Oh, see it.
Jewelry company, maybe Chopard. I don't know.
It's on Omega. It's the constellation.
Oh,
Good for her.
she's so humble. Loved her
Yeah.
work. I loved her work.
It is humble.
She's a
Really?
Yeah, I saw her in the Holdover movie. She played the cook, and she was just a surprise in the film.
She gave a great speech. She was crying and she was like all emotional. It's very good. By the way, and also shout out to Jimmy Kimmel, who did a phenomenal job as
Yes.
host. He was very funny. He had all his jokes laid out and he went through them with rapid fire pace. He was an excellent host. And
Shout out to all
Very,
the
very
writers who
funny.
wrote those jokes as well.
that's right. Shout out to the writers.
He's a cuck.
Cord Jefferson, Omega Speedmaster, Moonwatch Profile. He's got the white dial. Look at this. What
film,
the hell?
what film was he in? Because Buckley
American Fiction. He was the guy who directed, I think, American Fiction.
Oh, okay.
Very, very good film.
Okay.
You should see it, Tim, because you would relate to this film a lot.
American Fiction?
Yeah.
That's what I live.
You know, I want to confide with everyone that I like his watch better than Oscar.
American
The award.
Fiction.
The award.
Oh, yeah?
The trophy. I'm not crazy about the trophy itself.
It looks pretty good.
Okay. Well,
No one who's ever acted or done anything professional in the creative arts has ever said, I don't like the look of the Oscar.
Yeah. It looks very gender neutral. I can't tell whether it's a man, a woman. It's just, is it made out of solid gold or is it just steel PVD?
I'm pretty sure it's gold plated, but
yeah, I think
Okay.
it's but it means a lot. So
Okay, pretty cool. But hey, look at this. He's got the white Speedy. They're already out. That's one of the 5 that
Yeah.
was sold at the boutique that Sean was shopping at, right? Sean, who said that there was 5 that was already sold? Was it Sean or who was it? Do you remember?
No,
Me.
I don't remember.
Me.
Oh, Buckley, you said that?
Yep.
In
Yeah.
Miami, 5 already sold. Maybe he picked one up in Miami.
Or someone came to his dressing room and said, here's your watch for tonight, sir. And they put it on him. They sized it. And then he walked out with it.
The size looks too perfect. Speaking of perfection, hey, awesome pawn. Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, hey Timmy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey.
Doing good, man. Today I was busy with work, man. I hate Mondays, Timmy.
Man, Mondays suck. It's double work for me. I've been streaming since 2:00. I'm basically done. I'm ready
Okay.
to wrap up when you guys ready.
all right.
Done for the day. I'm
Whenever
tired.
we're done with this, yeah.
Yeah.
So Timmy,
Yeah.
what do you think of Cillian Murphy wearing an Omega?
Celine Murphy wearing who's Celine Murphy?
The Oppenheimer guy. That
Oh,
one that just, yeah.
Yeah.
Cillian Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not very keen on it. No. But he wore Hamilton in the movie, right? There was like some special 3 Hamiltons that were made
Looks
just
like,
for Oppenheimer.
he looks like shit.
Looks
That's one of the worst tuxedos I've ever seen. That's a sloppy fucking. They're considering this guy to be James Bond with this fucking slop.
Buckley, that's
Oh my
disrespectful,
God.
man.
I
That's
don't give a
disrespectful.
Looks like shit.
Man, he was in Peaky Blinder, Buckley.
Yeah, I know it's a fun show and all, but like, let's cut it out with the TikToks and the shorts about Peaky Blinders and how there's a lesson in every line he says. I'm fucking fed up with it.
Mhm.
And by the way, Oppenheimer sucked.
What?
Shit movie.
You sure?
Why you didn't like it? What did you didn't like about it?
It's a shit film.
Diego didn't like it either.
It's a shit movie.
I thought it was okay. I thought it was. I didn't watch the Barbie. Can you believe it? I never got a chance to
It's
go.
that sucked also. Don't waste your time. Movies have sucked for quite a long time.
Well, I heard
Every
that
year they get worse. They get worse and worse every year. Like what was up for fucking awards this year? Like really think about it. These movies.
Oppenheimer, Barbie.
Like when is the last time there was a movie where you're like, this is a classic, and you constantly recite lines from the movie, and it's fucking trash.
Oppenheimer.
No,
That was a classic movie.
good. Why? Because Christopher Nolan made it. It was like one of his worst movies.
Nah, the Tenant was the worst one, Buckley.
The Tenant.
Yeah, that was the worst Christopher Nolan movie.
Well, it's hard to understand, but it's a lot better than fucking Oppenheimer.
I like the Tenant actually.
He was good in the movie. I'm not going to take that away from
Most
him.
people don't go to the movies as much as they probably did in the past. They should.
Yeah.
They should. People should go more often. It's actually a pretty good experience.
Well, the thing, from what I can see, all of the talent and all of the money and the effort is going into shows. Shows are way better than movies these days.
Yeah, like 12 episodes. People love binge watching, so
Yeah.
most of the kind of. But I don't know. I don't know. I watched the Oppenheimer, the Dune. Dune was good. I need to watch Dune Part 2.
Yeah, that's a good movie, Timmy. I like
Dune
Dune.
Part 2.
Yep.
I'm going to try to see part 1 first.
See, Buckley, I think the newer generation of movies, they're very slow. They're not. There's no high octane, fast paced kind of James Bond films right now.
No, it's not even about that. It's just the movies are since COVID, movies have been mostly bad.
Oh yeah, well,
Every time I get on a flight, I go through and I'm like, oh, let me watch
Yeah.
this because this is new and I haven't seen it. It's always shit.
which ones?
Oh, I mean, on the way home, I watched that Ferrari movie.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my god, what an abomination! The Lamborghini movie, even worse. Even worse.
yeah. Those are just
Shows
big
are good.
commercials.
Shows are good. Look, we got this new Gentleman show. Very good. Their Apple TV put out like Severance and Black something. Very good. Succession, best show maybe ever. Shows are great. The movie industry, though, we get like 1.5 decent movies a year for the last 3 years.
It's because it's all written by AI. These companies, they remember writers were on strike for like a good year. So half of the stuff is written 80% by AI. That's why.
Oh, they had tons of
Stuff sucks.
they had 5 years worth of scripts lined up. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but they chose the ones that were the cheapest.
Just
that's true.
let me put it this way, Tim. Maybe as bad as AI, but not necessarily AI. And OC is probably correct too.
This is a cool watch, by the way. This made a statement. This is like a Bugatti. This is the Bugatti watch.
Jacob
did
and
it-
Co.
Yeah, that's a Jacob and Co.
Oh, interesting.
I think Timmy, Jacob and Co is the next Patek. I'm pretty sure he's the next FP Jean.
I don't think so. I think I think Jacob and Co might soon be out because I think it's gonna catch up to Jacob and Co. Like they're crappy watches. They're gonna start going in for servicing, and people are gonna realize, okay, hold on a second, this stuff is actually
they don't have servicing. They
Oh, they don't. Are you sure?
yeah.
they don't even have servicing. I mean, this is a jewelry company. The guy outsources all of his watchmaking to these 2 or 3 companies. One makes the case, one makes the movement.
Yeah, that's why I don't really trust Jacob and Co. I trust Richard Mille over because Richard Mille is building infrastructure to upkeep their older watches, and they're thinking.
Timmy, but are you sure Jacob the jeweler is less famous than Richard Mille?
Well, I think Jacob the jeweler is really famous, but I think he gives away. His marketing is like he gives away a lot of watches, but then he charges like crazy prices, and they don't really. These watches end up not holding much value.
No one
People
cares.
buy
No one
Jacob
cares.
and Co because they see them on the celebrities' wrists.
Okay.
Yep, man.
Robert,
DJ Khaled has one.
hold on a second. I'm going to Instagram to look at this shit. Robert Downey Jr. is wearing high heels. Do you guys know this?
Yeah, but he's kind of a shorter guy, right?
Buckley, he's short, man.
Yeah, but you don't wear high heels. I mean, what are we talking about?
Why not?
How tall is he?
I don't know.
DeSantis wore high heels.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't.
He's
He
also wearing like straight leg, very fashion pants with this outfit. They're like they don't flare out, but they're like very like
to cover the high heels.
it's not like it's the cover. I think it's just that's the style. Like he's going for a very androgynous style.
I'm gonna screenshot this and send it to Tim. Hold on.
Screenshot.
Come on. I mean, we got to make fun of this. Let's be
Buckley
real.
is weirdly obsessed with high heels, man.
I have a bunch of pairs. That's my next thing.
There's
I'm gonna buy high heels.
this whole insecurity about height is just it cracks me up. I'm 5'8", by
I
the
don't know why. Like everybody knows he's small. I don't know why he's being a weirdo about it. It might be that
because he doesn't look small in this picture, and the picture
cut
is
off,
reality.
cuts off.
What are you talking
The
about?
knees.
He looks frail, like he's fading away on that fucking vegan diet he's doing. Look at his face.
He is aging.
Look at him.
Oh, what the
Look at his
hell?
skin.
What are these pants?
Look at the look. Look at the heel in the corner.
It's fascinating. I've never seen anything like this.
Look at that. What the fuck is that?
I don't get it.
What is that, Tim?
I don't know. It's a
Look at the shoe.
yeah. It's very interesting.
Come on.
Man, it looks good on him, man. He's looking good.
I don't know if it
I
looks
don't
that.
think it looks good. I mean that was Iron Man.
I mean, this is the kind of thing that they wear in Saturday Night Fever, right?
This is higher than Saturday Night Fever. This is
It's
higher.
higher. Okay.
The shoes in the 70s, the platform shoes were actually lower, probably lower than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty tall. Wow.
That's like 3 inches.
Rolex should check out this line.
Oh.
This is definitely. Wait, you know what? This big suit makes Rolex's big suit look small. Actually,
I don't listen. You have to make fun of these people when they do things like this. What?
There's a lot of people dressed a lot more
Oh, I know.
flamboyantly than this, for sure.
It's not even about bit flamboyance. It's just fucking. What are you doing?
At
Why can't you
JPV,
just wear-
Robert Downey
just
Jr.
wear-
5'8".
A proper black tuxedo, or navy blue, or the white smoking jacket, ivory, whatever.
But the thing, but I mean, but
But then you're gonna look like everybody else. This way. You
Yep.
I didn't
stand
have
out.
I didn't have a chance to watch Fashion Police today, where they probably covered the Oscars. But my sense is that they probably thought this was fashion forward. Like, look at the glasses. Like, I wouldn't wear those glasses either. I don't think anybody on this panel would wear those glasses. But he pulls it off. It's part of an ensemble, you know.
Ensemble. We just don't understand it. We're not into fashion. That's why we don't get it.
I understand it perfectly fine. It's fucking stupid.
These pants look way too big for my taste.
Next time you're seated in row 2 for the Oscars, Buckley, you can wear whatever you want. But until then, Robert Downey Jr. will take his fashion advice from his designers.
Can I just step
Maybe
back?
he should also take maybe better diet advice because he looks like shit on that vegan diet.
Is he on the vegan diet?
Yes,
Yeah, how do you know he's on a vegan?
because it's been stated. He stated it. It's been about a year or two now, and he's withering away into nothing.
Maybe he's stronger and healthier than ever. You never know. He doesn't look. I mean, he looks a little thin, but he's also older. How old is he?
He's old.
59,
like-
60.
He's
He's
wearing
60.
I think so.
No.
no, he's like high 50s, but he's wearing makeup. There's images of him just out in daily life, and he looks fucked up.
He's
Oh, thanks.
58 years old.
You guys are complaining about someone much younger than me. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Daniel. What would you? Hey, just really quickly, let me read the super chat. Dr. Bob's Nightmare, $5 super chat. Let's go, Timbo. Show me the watches. All-star panel. Support the stream, guys. Guys, if you're enjoying the show, support the show. I guess become members, upvote, and shout out also to Scotty H, who just PayPal'd $15 to support the show. Thank you so much, Scotty H. Really appreciate that. Guys, remember this show is funded by the viewers. What? Yeah. Sorry,
Not
Daniel.
the
you want
Gray
to-
Market Cartel.
not the gray market cartel. Exactly.
I'm going to go to my yoga instructor tomorrow and tell her forget about it because my panel think of Robert Downey as 58 and very old, and I'm older than him. So
I
let's
know,
forget
right?
it.
Look, he
This
looks
is a different. Now, this is a
pretty
different
good,
pair of
actually.
glasses, right? This is a
Yeah,
different pair that he's
different
wearing.
pair.
Yep.
He had 2 pairs with him.
Glasses. But you could see he's withering away. Look at the scene.
58 years old, man.
He looks totally fine. He looks totally fine.
I
And
think
he
it looks
looks good,
fine. What are you
Buckley.
talking about?
He looks good, man.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no.
What do you mean?
What
No,
do you mean
no,
withering?
I'm willing to
Withering, wait.
listen.
What is
What do you mean?
definition? Of, wait, hold on a sec. What's the definition of withering away?
130, he's about 130, 140 pounds. He's a tiny.
Oh, is that what you're saying?
Yes, he's probably completely deficient in vitamins. He looks older than he has. Look at the
Okay.
pictures. You could go find it on Google if you really care.
Oh, okay. Maybe you have a point there. I don't know, but this picture, I couldn't see it quite. You may have a point there. I don't know.
Makeup, Daniel. He has hair and makeup done.
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Listen, he was Iron Man, which he was the greatest fit for any superhero ever. Iron Man was him as Tony Stark was the best of anybody ever. But he's
as long as this guy wants to keep going, he has easily another 20, 25 years of good acting in him if he wants to. So
I liked him in Tropic Thunder. I thought that was his best role as Kirk Lazarus.
Yeah, didn't he play the black guy, I think?
Yeah. Hey, Tim G. You can't do that kind of show anymore.
I like him.
It's
Hi.
very racist.
Hi, Tim G. I like him in Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, I
Yes.
remember that movie.
Buckley, he looks fine. He was like he's been in like rehab like four to 5 times because he's like a total drug addict. So, but he looks fine.
I'm telling
He's I think he's really small though. I mean, I think he's less than like.
do you think do you think we have permission to play his acceptance speech on YouTube, or will they ding you?
Strike so fast.
Forget it.
You know what? Find it on YouTube and then play it there.
No, on YouTube they'll still strike it. It's
Okay. All right.
maybe if you play from their official site. Oh, maybe not.
No.
I think we tried this before. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
While you're deciding that, I just want to revisit your discussion about Jacob & Co. Jacob & Co. is serviced in England by the Watch Doctors, and there's probably other groups that can service Jacob & Co. They can get access to the parts.
The
So
Watch
maybe it's
Doctors
not
is
as hard.
What is the Watch Doctors?
It's a group of watchmakers that claim that they can fix certain
Yeah.
high-end
believe it.
watches, including that.
Yeah. I don't believe it.
Okay.
When the fucking tongue falls out of that fucking snake in the watch, they're gonna fix that, or the fucking tail falls off the dragon, or when that big fucking globe jewel falls off, they're gonna put that back on.
Okay, I bow to your
He will
argument,
get a
OC.
new watch.
I'm not going to even.
OC. He will give a new watch to you.
I won't even try to argue that one. You may have a point.
Yeah, exactly. OC is right. That stuff, they don't have replacements. It's they're trying to sell as many as they can now, and then when they come back for servicing, it's going to be a different problem. They'll probably just give a new one because it will be cheaper than servicing the old one.
Yep.
And it probably doesn't even cost them that much to make them. Let's be real.
Yeah, man. But I think they're still expensive than Richard Mille, man. The amount of R&D Jacob & Co. does, they're still way better than an RM.
However, look, I think it's this guy wearing a Simon Brett. This is a really scary thing. It's a really scary thing, actually. It's a good thing, and it might be a sign of things to come. Right? An actor wearing an independent watch.
What does that run? How much is that?
Simon Brett, that was retail. That was like
50,000.
50,000. Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay.
But they're all sold out. He sold out like.
And who is this? And who is this actor?
This actor?
I've never seen him before.
He's a small time guy.
I've never seen him before either.
Tim G, his small time. Small fish.
Carl Walliser.
Small fish.
Small fish. Okay.
I'll look him up.
call. He was in. Let's see here. Let's
Well,
pull
he's
up.
running.
gonna be-
He's walking the runway, so he's got to be bigger than a small
He
fish.
got
Though.
3.3 million followers.
There you go.
Yeah, small
Who is
guy. He's the photographer. He's the guy that has the camera that does the twist thing. Is a really famous photographer. He does the slow motion stuff.
So
He's from Canada.
Ah, look at that.
Makes sense.
yeah,
He
Buckley.
photographed the celebs for.
Yeah. Look at that massive dress that Ariana Grande wore. I
Yeah.
mean, that's just insane.
Wow. She is cute.
She's a pretty woman.
Well,
Yeah,
Buckley
Timbo,
wouldn't
you
like her. She's only 97 pounds. So
I like her way better than fucking Taylor Swift. That's for sure.
This is your style, right?
Buckley likes big ones.
Oh, I was making a comment. Robert Downey Jr. was looking good. He was healthy looking. He went on a vegan diet and he withered away. It's a fact. You could look it up. He actually.
would you feel the same way if you went on an all meat diet and accomplished the same results?
Look at. Did you see it? Did you see Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson is on the all meat diet. Let's see how he looks by
Yeah, he looks
comparison.
healthy. He looks great.
Man, he went cuckoo Timbo. Jordan.
That's what happens when you don't have enough meat. Don't have enough vegetables.
Has any of you guys seen Daniel Katz lately? My God, he's disintegrated, hasn't he?
Withering
He's
away to
with
nothing.
Phil. Okay.
He looks fine.
He looks
fine.
thin. Look, he's so scrawny by comparison.
He looks fine. It's the same.
You know that he had crazy inflammatory issues where he couldn't eat anything
No,
besides.
he looks fine too.
He had big drug problems as well. He had to go to Russia to get like
what was it, like Xanax or something?
something like that.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, like he went to Dr. Phil for help.
Go back for a second. Go back.
No. He's Dr. Phil is right
Stop
now.
right
He's
there.
talking about how the Chinese are buying land next to
Let's actually.
United States government bases, which is like United States is all government bases. Anywhere you turn, like I was going to the city, like doing some hiking in the Bear Mountain, looking military base there.
Timmy,
What's up?
are you pro CCP?
What's that?
Communist China Party?
No, I'm not pro CC.
So man, don't defend
What the
them,
hell are
man.
you talking about?
Always defend America, man. Always defend America, Timbo.
He wasn't. I
No,
don't think
I'm saying
awesome. He
Dr.
wasn't,
Phil. Dr. Phil is doing a tour. He's talking. Dr. Phil is like he's on some kind of a tour.
Oh.
He's talking about like how Chinese are buying up land next to. He was just on Joe Rogan talking. About it.
He wrote a book. I'm not sure. He wrote a book. It might have been his book tour.
Tim is.
They
I'm-
in the 1980s people complained about the Japanese buying all the real estate. Like they bought Rockefeller Plaza, they bought Pebble Beach, and they went bankrupt eventually. They overpaid. So it's one of those type of things too.
Oh. Tim,
Let everybody overpay. Let them all overpay.
I
a good
don't
idea.
think Dr. Phil's really a doctor, psychiatrist, by the way.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah,
he is good. Yeah.
He's got like that Bill Nye thing going on, right? Bill Nye's not really a scientist.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is Dr. Phil always looks very classy. He dresses really great.
See, he's going into politics. He's talking about America's soul and sanity. So he's on a book tour, talking about his latest book. And in the book, I guess he talks about like this.
Tim. That's not political.
Huh?
That's not political. Saying that Chinese people are buying up land is not political. He's just stating a fact.
Well,
Yep.
but everybody's buying land. There's
Yeah, but
Canadians
he's got-
buying
he's
land.
got-
Well,
Timmy,
he doesn't talk about that.
The Chinese have less land.
It's
Bill-
political. It's
Bill-
political because he doesn't compare it to like what about other countries and doesn't
Bill
actually are they
Gates is-
actually doing, or is it just because it's a coincidence because America has military bases literally everywhere? So he doesn't go into detail. He just looked at the map and said, "Oh, by the way, look, doesn't this look suspicious?" And that's it. He doesn't actually study it in any shape, case, or form. He
Timmy,
just kind of blames China for.
Timmy, I will say you one thing. In the tech industry in Silicon Valley, there have been many instances where the Chinese government steals all the ideas from Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's known because in China they don't really believe in kind of intellectual property.
But Timmy, they steal it for defense purposes, for missile technology, which is highly illegal. So
Oh,
I'm
of course, of course. Every
so
country does that. Every
no
country spies on other countries. It's called like what? It's called like spying, right?
espionage.
Espionage. Yeah, every country does that though.
Well, anyway,
Espionage.
the point was Dr. Phil always dresses great. You can move on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Timmy, don't let's not discuss politics, man.
Yeah.
I thought it wasn't politics. No, no. I'm just saying, Dr. Phil. I don't know. How did we get on with Dr. Phil?
I don't know.
Because of Jordan Peterson and Robert Downey
Oh,
Jr.
the losing weight. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we were
Yeah.
talking about losing weight. And yeah, because Jordan Peterson. By the way, you know that my stepdad, he's on that Jordan Peterson diet, and he lost like a lot of weight as well. So
Yeah, Jordan Peterson died. Someone said it's fine if you do. Oh, it was Nathaniel. That's right. I think Nathaniel,
mhm.
said it's fine if you do everything exactly to the T of that Peterson diet. Otherwise, you can kill yourself.
Look, I everything needs to be done in moderation. You can't go psychotic on one thing. I don't think it's healthy to eat all meat. I don't think it's healthy to eat just all vegetables. You need to have moderation. That's just it's not like, and also everybody is different. Like for some person, all meat might work actually because everybody is just so different. But it doesn't mean that everyone should do like not everything doesn't work for everyone. You really have to talk to a specialist and find the best diet or whatever that's best for your body. I don't believe in vegans for everyone. Some people might like there's people who are allergic to meat probably, so they have to go vegans, right? Because they have no other choice. But anyways, that's my opinion on the
Yeah,
whole.
no, it's okay. I gotta do. You're right. I can't stick to one thing. I'm,
Like Buckley would never recommend an all pasta diet for anyone, right?
Sounds pretty good though, right now.
It sounds pretty good though, right? Like
I gotta
OC
admit,
needs more
I
carbs. OC,
sounds
you need more
tempting.
carbs.
I'm on day 15 of salads, man. I'm telling you.
You want to kill
Oh,
yourself.
Oh no, you're doing the Robert Downey Jr. diet.
It's salads and no bread and no pasta, no like low carbs, yeah.
Got
So I'm try portion control, no ice creams, like it's tough. It's tough stuff.
Yeah, but you
No cookies.
are you mentally okay?
Yeah, are you doing okay mentally?
Uh,
How is the
Mentally, I'm
he's
okay.
more alert.
Your brain.
No,
It actually helps.
while you were on the phone with the person with whom you were on the phone with earlier, while on the earlier stream, I was giving an update to the audience that I'm at. I've gone from 200.3 down to 185.6, I believe. So I'm
that's insane. 15
That's
pounds.
really good. How did you do that?
no,
pound.
that's 5 pounds, like
Okay,
4 pounds.
You said 185. You meant 195.
You said 8. Yeah.
No, so I went from 190.3 to 185.6.
See what's happening to his brain? It's the lack of coffee.
It's the
It's the clarity. The clarity.
Wow.
But
Impressive.
no,
I misspoke.
seriously.
Misspoke. 190.3 to 185.
That's impressive.
I got five more to go.
Very impressive.
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
It's
OC.
tough. It's tough. I got to keep it off. 4 weeks. Got 4 weeks until we leave for Watches and Wonders, Tim.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness! If he's doing that, maybe I should do some of that. Again,
We're literally leaving like 4 weeks from today or something.
Wow. Oh,
Timmy, how's your diet coming along?
it's not going well. I gained weight, I think. It's not. Yeah. I
You gotta
gained
get a
weight.
fucking haircut.
How about trimming your beard, Tim? I just trimmed mine, the unshaven look. I
Yeah.
brought it down to the unshaven look. Maybe do that.
No, it's just that I have no reason to shave.
Okay.
Tim is going for the Rasputin look,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah. What am I? Why am I? What am I shaving for? What's the? I'm just gonna dull the blades for no reason.
Well,
When I'm going to Watches and Wonders, I'll shave. I'll shave.
have a roommate do a
Go
masterpiece
to the
on you.
barber before Watches and Wonders. Go to the barber and have them do everything,
Yeah, exactly. That's
Do
what
it.
I'm thinking.
and then just leave. You'll be good.
Because I know I'll have to go to the barber once, before watching.
Or Buckley's wife.
No. It's not a barber.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's just I'm just gonna get here $8. Just tell them, just take it all off.
Go to
Easy
Great
peasy.
Clips, Timmy. Great
Huh?
Clips. Go to Great Clips.
What is that?
That's
That
a chain for
Um,
barber.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I know what this is. This is the new Louis Vuitton.
And that's how watch becomes mainstream. Okay, that's how it becomes part of history. Is that it's already the brand new tambour is already worn on the red carpet. Boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
For watch people, it's actually recognizable. You can actually tell. I mean, because we're watch nerds and we know what a tambour looks like, but we can actually see what it, by the dial and the bracelet, that it is a Louis Vuitton.
Can I ask you all a question?
Uh-oh.
When is the last time you were in a Louis Vuitton men's store?
Never.
Okay,
You never go in.
Never.
Never. Tim G?
It's only for celebrities.
Never. Okay. Okay. I was just in one
Mhm.
4 days ago. This watch does not. It's not congruent at all with what Louis Vuitton is putting out these days. Louis Vuitton is putting out the most loud, ugly shit that a customer who would buy a watch like this with some class, they would never buy anything else from Louis Vuitton in the current catalog. And it's been like this for about I don't know, maybe a year or two. They are making really, really hideous, ugly shit, and people that were shopping there before are not going to buy their stuff anymore. I mean, it looks like a Roman scarf type of thing. Bad, really bad. And not to mention, they don't even have this watch on exhibition in
I was going to ask you, did you see
No.
it?
They have their other. They have the shitty ones they make.
I'm curious how the bracelet is and stuff. If it's like tinny and like
no,
an
they
old,
don't have
like
one,
an-
which I was surprised. I thought that they would have one on display, but they were always kind of like a loud, annoying company with the the checkered stuff, which sometimes looks good, sometimes looks like shit. But recently, I mean, the shoes, the belts, it's bad. I don't know who's buying stuff there. It's way too loud. There's zero class. There's zero versatility. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
So, Buckley, people that buy Louis Vuitton are basically pretenders. No decent guy or gal buys a Louis Vuitton.
Well, they used to. So they would make like luggage, and they make their watch cases, which you can pick. You basically pick the Louis Vuitton pattern in whatever color you want. Most people pick a normal color like black or navy, brown. And then they were doing the same thing with their shoes. Like they made their sneakers normal, they made loafers, they made dress shoes. But when you go in there now, it's fucked up. They make these giant, chunky, bright colored, ugly sneakers. They're ridiculously priced.
well, maybe they're trying to go like what Moncler is. I mean, that reminds you of what happened to Abercrombie and Fitch. That used to be like a little prep store when I was a kid that I used to go into. Now it's like these scanty like
Right.
clothes type places that
My point is this watch does not work in that store. That store to me would have Hublot and pre-owned modern Rolex. This watch doesn't this is not Louis Vuitton. What they're showing on Bradley Cooper right now is it's not the brand right now. The brand is fucking bad.
That's a good observation.
Who would buy on the panel? Who would buy one of these?
I would not.
Nope.
I
Too many other good choices.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Oh.
Daniel, you okay?
I'm sitting on a horrible chair and not on a.
Daniel, you
on
sound like you're dying over there. Listen, we're gonna
yeah.
go for another 11 minutes. If you need to go, you gotta go.
No,
If you
okay. I'll stick it out. I just gotta
you want to do
leave
some
here.
stretches, let's do some
Yeah.
stretches on the live stream before you leave. Show our viewers the best stretch before going to sleep.
No, there's too much to show, but I'll show one thing.
Yeah, let's show us one
I'll
thing.
show you one
stretch.
thing right here. There's an empty wall. Let's see if I can point this to an empty wall.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. I'll to this wall here. Can you
Yeah.
see? No, let's see. I don't have. So just use your imagination because you're not going to see me properly because I can't set this up properly.
Okay.
But I'm standing against the wall. You find a certain distance in the wall, and you come up with your arms, lifting the ribs from your pelvis.
Oh.
Right? Bring your belly in a bit, breathing in, and breathing out. Press the hands against the wall as you bring the hips back, but you're also pressing your body down. So you're pushing away, pressing down, breathing in, keeping the belly into the body.
Okay.
And it feels really good. Then you repeat yourself and go up.
And how many times do you do this?
As many times as you want, maybe several.
Several
It
times.
feels good. It's traction, miniature traction.
Tim.
And I'll show you one other one since you asked.
Yeah.
You follow along with Daniel.
Ooh, that felt good.
Yeah, it already felt good.
Yeah, so
Let's
you
do
made me
everybody
just
together. Let's do everybody together.
No,
Everybody who's watching. No, everybody who's listening to the show. I want to go up to the closest wall that they got, right?
Yes.
To do a bit of a viewer participation. If I could do it with you guys, I would. Maybe OC could go behind his wall there behind him and do it with him. OC, what do you think? Can you go up behind that blue wall over there and join Daniel in this exercise?
OC's facial look was a punchline, so that was
I need to
good.
see it demonstrated one more time.
So he can do it later. So that he can do it later. So it's
he's watching.
You're breathing in as long as the breath. Let the feet sink into the ground. As the feet sink in the ground, you feel a rebound of extension through the legs, up the spine, up to the to the neck, the cranium, and so on. So you're breathing in, up, lifting the ribs out of your waist.
Raise your hands, OC. Can you raise your hands at least with us together?
What is this new age?
As you press the feet into the ground, and then breathing out, you come down. Push the hands away, but you're also kind of pushing your torso down and the hips away at the same time. And maybe lift the toes, and it feels good.
Palms against the wall, right?
That's right. You're pushing into the wall.
Yes.
It's a lot to think at the same time. So you think of all this.
It takes practice.
And then, but then you stop thinking. You just say engage and let your body, mind remember what it'll remember. Because you're going to practice a lot.
Okay, let's do it again. One more time without talking.
Okay.
Just show
All
it.
right. Okay, let me do it sideways. Maybe I'll do it sideways. So imagine you're up here. Let's pretend that's the wall.
Yeah.
In front of me. I'm lifting up, and then I breathe out, put the hips back, pushing away, and looking down. And up again, and down. And I'll show you one more.
Very good.
You bring your body against the wall.
But this time you're standing against the wall with your back against the wall.
That's right. Your feet might be maybe a foot away.
Oh, a foot
so
away.
a foot away. Now, America, who knows a lot of this stuff, will probably correct me because he knows a lot of the anatomy and so on. But anyway, so the pelvis against the wall, the upper torso against the wall, and you try to get the head against the wall. And because I've got kyphosis, I can't. But I tuck my chin to do the best I can. And you have your elbows like so, right? And you try to keep the hands and elbows against the wall.
Whoa.
And you breathe in, lifting up. Keep the belly in. Breathing down, come down.
Oh, it's a good stretch.
It's really nice.
Out your chest.
You're lifting the front.
You can breathe again, actually.
Yeah, and that helps your QLs around the side. Like the whole body's a symphony of muscles that connect to other muscles, right?
Mm-hmm.
That felt good for sitting on this horrible chair.
We could do another 4-hour stream, Daniel.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Now I can last 11 more minutes.
All right, good stuff.
OC.
You want to demonstrate what Daniel just did? Okay, hey, awesome pawn, go.
What, man?
You wanted to say something when Daniel was explaining.
Yeah, I was like, Tim, you should follow along Daniel's.
I have headphones. They're attached to the thing.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I
Next
will.
time we'll do it with roommate, okay? Tim?
Yeah. Hey,
We'll do it
shout
with
out
roommate
to
next time.
Humble Pond. Just tune in, and Hurdy only 11 minutes left, which disappointed me watching DK. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, counselor.
Yeah,
Humble?
Yeah.
Buckley, do you do stretches or you just lift weights?
I do stretches.
Do stretches? Okay.
That's part of it.
You'll
Yeah,
hurt.
Buckley's pretty impressive, whatever he does. I probably can learn a few things from Buckley.
I'm not
Um,
flexible by any means, but
You just go from where you are to a little bit better. That's how it starts, right? That's how you start your weights.
yeah.
And then you increase it a little bit. By the way, OC, if you're going to do the back bend with the head, try to tuck your chin so you incorporate the whole front of your body when you do that, and not just the neck, the cervical.
The whole
But
front end of your
I'm
body.
impressed that you tried. Yeah, like you tuck your chin, and that engages the muscles in the front, and not just the neck, which is the weak part.
Show us,
You wanna-
show us what you
you-
mean.
So what he was just making fun.
Yeah.
OC was just showing what he was doing like this. Well,
Uh-huh.
you're doing a back bend. The chin is tucked a bit, and
Mhm.
and then you lift the chest. The shoulder blades coming down your back, so you're kind of going like this with the neck. I'm not doing the whole back bend, just the neck.
Oh,
You see, and that engages all these muscles that can work as a symphony to help open up the thoracic of the spine and not just the neck.
Yeah.
You don't want to overstretch the weak links, which is the neck,
you could pull something and
the lower back between the pelvis and the ribs, and I guess the knees. You got to be careful with that. But there's ways of strengthening. If you have all the muscles married together, then that carries the strength. Also, your glutes. Now, of course, what's his name? Clark Kent knows way more than me, but I'm just throwing this in.
yeah.
The glutes. You strengthen the glutes. That takes the pressure off the knees because you have the glutes helping with the rest of the body. When Buckley is doing his, I guess, Bulgarian lifts, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. What? Lunges? Am I saying that wrong? What?
I don't even know what that is. I gotta look that up.
Oh, well, like it's, where one shin is on the bench and the other leg is sort of
It's
straight,
some
and
of
then you
those old
bend,
school
carrying a weight.
weights.
So you're working on your
Yeah.
on your glute to strengthen it.
All right, let me try.
I'll show you next time.
I'll try it with Daniel's technique. Like you got to tuck in the chin there.
Not over tuck it in, but
Tuck it in, wait, and then take the and then go back like this.
That's really funny, actually. Are you okay, OC? Are you okay, OC?
Oh, see, that was good for a gag. Hopefully you didn't die.
I hope
Call
you didn't-
911 for OC.
I hope you didn't pull any.
Oh,
I'm fine.
all right, all right. What did you start, Tim? What did you start? Anyways, I'll tell you something. You saw the glum in my face because someone just
This is
text-
what Daniel was saying. Buckley, the Bulgarian. When you do this exercise later in the week,
Oh man, where did you find this one?
Daniel,
Yeah.
the weightlift technology has evolved since you were
OC, are you
going to
okay?
the gyms.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Look at that.
Daniel, yoga with Daniel Katz.
Daniel, can you explain the form?
2 p.m. every 2
I
p.m.
don't
daily on
even
the
know
Team
this
Right
one. Oh my goodness. It could be a Bulgarian doing a lift, but I didn't know that one.
Ay, ay.
Look at that hair.
Right?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Tim?
No, I'm just going back to the thing.
So those watches are $18,500. The gold one's $52,000.
Ooh, expensive.
The bracelet looks flimsy.
Yeah,
good.
bracelet looks shit.
Oh, hey guys, we got 2 minutes here to finish up with the thing. Unless we get, I don't know, some big super chat to keep going. We're gonna wrap up. What else we got? Who else? Who's
Yeah,
this?
this yeah,
No
she's
one. Okay.
yeah, she's a cute chick to me. Anya
Anya
Taylor.
Taylor Joy. Oh, Jaeger LeCoultre, white gold. Oh, she's wearing the necklace watch from JLC. I think it opens, or is it a? Wait, hold on a second. Oh, that's a JLC watch right here. You see that small square? That's opening.
Timmy, is
Can't
it quartz
you
or
can't even
automatic?
see you can't even see it.
I think it's automatic. It's got to be automatic. I think. Let's see.
That's a cool watch.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's try
The
to.
diamond she's wearing is worth a
It's like
fortune.
that. Look at this. 150,000.
Oof,
Oh, oh my God!
that's an
Look.
expensive girlfriend, Timmy.
So
Yo.
it's a tennis bracelet with a watch in it.
What the hell? 30 meters water resistance. Manual wind. There you go. It's automatic.
Oh,
How about that, huh?
How about it? How about
OC91, $10 super chat. Keep going, guys. It's great panel right now. No cam. Good convo. Good jokes. No cam. No cam. Peace out. But yeah, listen, I mean, we get more money when it's cam is on,
I
right?
like
Then we get $50 to
I
kick
like
them
that.
off. It's but it was a good show. It was a really good show. I'm not gonna lie. It was a fun show today, right?
We could go for a little bit longer. We could.
I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm ready to pass out. I've been on since 10 a.m. because I was talking to.
Oh, look at this. Look at this, Tim.
Oh, oh wow, Muhammad Ali. Keep going, enjoying the show as I try to fall asleep. Okay, you know what? Actually, can I? Muhammad Ali sent. Okay, let me. Okay, now that I know Muhammad Ali's watching, let me show you something, guys. This is some pictures from the meetup that the UK watch crew had.
Yeah, let's see
Some
those.
behind the scenes pictures. Let me show you guys this stuff because
Oh,
these guys are putting in the work over there on the UK channel. Seriously, it's you know that they got you know that earlier today Alan and Red Shovel they got dick in the ear from Paul Thorpe. But look,
Tell us the story, Timmy. Tell us the story.
I don't know actually. I don't know much. They won't share. They were told not to say. I think Red Shovel was talking a little bit. Red Shovel was firing some shots. He said producer Michael lost $5 million down back his sofa. But anyways, look at this. Muhammad Ali was there with all the guys, right? The entire UK watch community crew.
Very cool.
Yeah, you can see. Look at this. They got all their watches in there. The Pepsi, the Seamaster, the new watch that Red Shovel got there.
What is that?
What
That
is it?
was. But that's actually a company that's from Belfast. They actually make watches in Belfast. The
Oh, I
Baltic
thought
was it?
I thought it was a Seiko. I thought it was a Seiko.
No, right? It looks like the birch. Actually, looks better because the
That's what it
bracelet
looks
has
like.
micro
Yeah.
adjustments.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very nice. What's the name of that
was the
company?
Baltic, I think.
Baltic is
Nomadic. Oh yeah,
French.
thank you. Nomadic. That's the one that Brit Pierce got to do a review and then took her longer than it should have.
Timmy, why do you always take a shot at Brittany, man?
What? No, it was just I love Britney. What do you mean? It's a true thing, right? That's the danger with taking watches and making video. Look, I could get the same flame. Think about it. I took that William Wood watch, right? Now I showed it on the live stream like 100 times. And that's what I am. I'm a live streamer, right? I took a
Timmy,
watch, I promoted the brand. That's how I promote the brand.
Timmy, you are my favorite watch YouTuber, but after that, it's Brittany, man.
I love Britney, but this look, she got burnt, right? She took a watch, and it takes a long time. That's not. No, I'm
Well, the
actually
other thing is,
defending her. No,
she,
no, look,
she
I'm
was hit by
actually
a car.
defending her because there's people who attack her saying like, "Hey, it's she took the watch and then she didn't do the review." And what I'm saying is like sometimes life gets in the way, and it takes longer to do a video
I'm
than
gonna.
it should.
Yeah,
It's
I understand, but she was hit by a car. Now she's pregnant and everything else. So you know, you got to give her some slack.
I am giving her slack. I'm saying
I
it's
am. I
no
know
big
you.
deal. I
I
don't
know
think
you
it's a
are.
big
I
deal.
know you. I know you are. I know you are. But basically,
Yeah.
she was hit by. I mean, I guess they had a
Well,
redo.
I wasn't the driver of the car. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
But it has nothing to do with that, Tim. He's just saying give her some slack, and I understand you are, so that's okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's my favorite YouTuber.
Really. My favorite YouTuber is Bill Sanders, other than Timmy.
I used to watch Bill Sanders, and I got along with the guy. He emailed me back a few times. Bill Sanders, good
Let's get
guy.
him on the show. Let's get him on the show tomorrow.
See the brother of Colonel Sanders? Because I love
exactly.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I like Timmy, and then I like Bill Sanders.
Let's get him on.
Timmy,
Do you-
he has a watch brand, Larique.
Yeah.
Rick, yeah.
Actually has the watch, and I have the high quality pictures of the Larique.
Yeah, that's the rancher has a couple of them, doesn't
That's
he?
the one that OC. That's the one that OC trashed because the Cote d'Ivoire didn't line up.
True.
So I'll never.
Sean has the watch too, right?
Well, Sean's got the
LA.
watch, yeah. But they've got the Larique 2 and the Larique 3 now.
Oh, it's Luke.
This is my favorite picture though from the event.
That's a good picture.
Yeah.
That sums it all up.
Muhammad Ali likes to smoke his cigars. That's why I really want to go to Chicago with you guys.
And he's wearing the University of Toronto sweatshirt.
When are you going to Chicago?
We're going on the 29th.
It's at the end of the month. Yeah. I really wanted to go. It's like
I've got
well,
Easter.
see, can I stay in your room? Because I think I could come if I could stay in your room, but no.
Look,
you can stay with.
Damn,
Whoops.
he got cut off.
What happened?
You got cut off.
Whoever took this picture is a fucking professional.
You notice it's University of Toronto there. University of Toronto.
Yeah.
On a sweatshirt.
You can stay with Carolyn Martin in her room.
Okay, if she allows me, okay, I'll talk to her. If I can stay with her, yeah.
Be easy on OC. He just fell off his seat.
I know. I'm injured. Thanks to yoga by Daniel Katz.
I think you should have like video tapes and stuff on all your yoga stuff. You make
I think maybe I will.
Yeah, so I can sue you into oblivion.
So Timmy Palm is back into Timmyverse.
Well, no. He's not like back, but I'm gonna try to get him as a special guest to talk about his podcast. He's been doing a podcast for the past.
I know, but isn't it better instead of doing a podcast that nobody listens to come on a platform where you have a huge audience? Like he should be here.
It's
different. He should be on the UK Watch Community Channel.
He doesn't like the drama, whatever. He doesn't like kind of talking about. I guess some people don't like to be talked about. He doesn't like when people comment on whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. He decided he wants to do podcasts. He wants to focus on outputting content in that form. And I want to talk. Look, I told him, hey man, if he's no longer interested in live streams, I'll bring him on when he releases like new podcast. Right, we'll bring him on to talk about whatever the topic was and do it that way. Sure. MJ, $5 super chat. End this dumpster fire, guys. It's $100 to end the show. $100 super chat to end the show. And that'll give me a night off, guys. Come on, super chat $100. Let's end the show, and I'll have a good night's rest. I'll start preparing.
Otherwise, we will force you to suffer.
Otherwise, we'll force you to suffer. We'll keep doing the stream for as long as it takes. There's another angle. Good
Who's
stuff,
this person?
man.
Who's that person?
That was I think it was Uncle Junga.
Uncle Junga.
Oh, it was Alex, and Red Shovel. I don't know. I'm not sure who that guy is. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's maybe Uncle Junga, but I'm not 100% sure. Look at Alex and Red Shovel. They're having fun.
Yep.
I think
Red
it's
Shovel
Alex.
has fun at a gas station. You'll have fun anywhere.
Red Shovel is so good.
Absolutely. You can poke him and do everything, and he's always like very happy.
Brody, $2 super chat, $10 for cats to do a wall walk in view. What's a wall walk?
I'm not sure what that means. A wall walk. I
It's
gotta
a
look
wall
that
walk.
up. I
Let's see.
don't
Do you
know.
know what a wall walk is?
I don't.
But look how good the Pepsi looks on Muhammad Ali. Like that's such a perfect watch.
It's a good looking watch on him.
It's not
Right?
just the Pepsi. He's wearing that hoodie. Like he's got a slim frame. He's got the
Mhm.
hoodie. The hoodie is like a little disheveled. He's got the sleeve rolled up. He's got a little bit of messed up hair. He's got the 2-day shadow. He's smoking a cigar. He's basically saying, "Listen, I don't have to give a fuck anymore. I got the Pepsi." He looks
like,
so
"I did it."
relaxed. Yeah, he
He's
looks,
like, I did it 3 years, and they could fuck off.
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay, I know what a wall walk is.
You know
But
what it is?
yeah, but MJ said I think I'm boring MJ, but I could do a wall walk. Part of one, anyways.
You know how you can
Oh,
do
there
it?
it is.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Should I try? Should I try?
Don't hurt yourself.
There's no
Okay, I'll try.
insurance. If you injure yourself, there's no way we'll be able to cover
Yeah,
it.
the
Okay,
Timrite LLC does not condone this in any way, shape, or form.
Just
Oh, yeah,
get ready
Public
to-
insurance
just get ready
does.
to
We did not
call
condone it, but we're
911.
desperate.
Okay, you're desperate.
We
Okay,
need the
let's
money.
see.
It's like I want to go to Chicago, right? I want to go and meet Muhammad Ali. I gotta save $600 to go to Chicago. So
Can you guys see me?
yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Yeah.
Okay,
If
okay.
Marilyn Martin allows me to stay in her room. I don't need the bed. I have my own blow up mattress. So
I'm only going to do part of the wall walk because I don't think I feel like doing the whole wall walk. But here we go.
okay. Oh yeah, just a part. Just a part. That's it.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
oh my god.
Oh
man.
my God. Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Daniel Katz, you're a superstar.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
that's impressive, Daniel.
Wow.
For a
I don't think
could've been-
Ugly can do that.
That could have ended with a broken neck for sure. I mean,
Yeah. That's a progression for those who want to get their confidence for the handstand. I didn't know it was called a wall walk.
that takes a lot of physical strength, a lot of upper body strength to pull it off. There's no way like normal people can do that.
Yeah.
But I'm not normal.
I can't do that. That's awesome. Good for
see
you.
it?
Yeah.
You see?
Well, but first of all, anyone could do it, but I've been working on other parts of the body. So if you get the whole body to participate, OC, then
Yeah.
it's not just your arms; it's
Yeah.
the whole body, right?
By the way, we need to stay on for at least 10 more minutes now because if he were to have a heart attack, there's no life alert system in that old empty house of his. So we need to stay on the stream to call
Right.
the
There's no they're
ambulance.
cutting off electricity. It's
Tim, you
just-
got my phone number in case I'm in trouble, right? And then you
Yeah.
call 911, right? So we're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. If
Okay.
anything, I did it for one of the. There was one babushka at the place that I was working at, right?
Oh yeah,
She was a hardcore kind of anti-vax, right? She didn't want to take the vaccine.
yeah.
And then she had she got sick, and she was
Oh, yeah.
like dying, and she luckily she called me and she was like, Tim, what do I do? I feel really, really bad. And I said, oh, I'm calling 911. They're going to pick you up. Do not hang up the phone. And then I called on the phone, and
Right. Where was she? In New York too, or where was she?
She was
This
here
person.
in New York. She was
Oh
living
yeah.
Brighton Beach, yeah. And I was on the phone with EMT. I said, "Hey, she has COVID." She just said that she's on the floor. She was so like overheating that she had to get out of bed, and she was on the floor. And I was walking the EMTs to her. Oh, and I told her to go unlock the door. That was the one thing. I was like, yeah, you wanna? Can you walk? So she was like, yeah, I can walk. Okay, because if they didn't find the key, so I told her, prepare your stuff, get your phone,
Right.
get your charger, get your wallet, and she was like on the brink of thing, and it was like, that's it.
If
This
I
we're
were
going
if,
away,
if
and
if I were on
that's
the
how.
brink of death and I were on the floor and I could barely muster up the strength to reach my phone, the one
Yeah.
thing I would not be doing is speed dialing Tim Wright.
Well, you know what? You know what? It saved her life, I think, because she was taken to the hospital over here, not too far from where I live, and she's still alive.
Wow,
Oh, good
amazing
for you,
story.
I'm
Tim.
not saying I
That's
saved her life. I'm just saying that I was on the phone with someone. I was helping them out.
Maybe she
Somebody
Tim
thought
was
else.
a
she was maybe she thought she was calling tech support and she dialed your number because she had you in as like computer support. And
Yeah, it was. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. OC, let's admit it. Tim is a natural first responder.
hey, he was a lifeguard,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, he painted doors.
painted doors. He saved interiors.
Yes. He saved roommate because roommate needed to be walked home. That's how they met. Well, that's
Hey.
kind of saving. Yeah, we
I
heard.
would say
Yeah,
the
yeah.
roommate saved me because without the roommate, let's be honest, I would be homeless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
That's the
true, Timmy.
reality.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. That's just
Yeah.
that's just the reality, all right? The
So,
roommate saved me, and in turn, I tried to
yeah.
help save a few people.
Anyways, John has left, apparently.
Why?
Del
What
Rey.
happened?
John, on good terms. John has left. He had a big offer with a major company. He is a startup company, digital guy, whatever, technology, like an advanced IT person that got a big offer from a company where he
Oh,
will be helping still Del Rey Watch as a consultant, but he's leaving the company.
does he have like a stake in the company?
No,
What's
very small. He had a very small stake. It's mostly Federico.
Why would you say that he had a very small stake? Do you know?
Because Federico said, I think I saw the video already.
No, I don't think he ever said he had a very small stake. As a matter of fact, I think John P had a considerable stake. It wasn't a majority ownership, but I think
Excuse
he
me.
had
All right. Okay.
but he was probably a pretty big chunk of
Oh,
the
okay.
capital infusion of what made Del Rey Watch a company 7 years ago.
Well, that's my memory, OC.
I know. But but apparently an investment group wanted to buy the company and bought his share
Oh,
of the
okay.
company.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's probably a third or something. I'm just assuming it's somewhere around a third or maybe 40%, something like that.
But yeah, I think he made a good exit, OC.
Only he knows how much he was paid. Maybe he saw that the market was not something that was going to be long term super lucrative.
I
And that
think Del Rey is safe because they're dealing in very niche, very ugly kind of watches that only people with very particular taste like, and that clientele they're always going to like that watches. And I think there's gonna be turnover in in Federico. Yeah, I think his model is kind of recession proof.
Timmy, you are right. He always sell ugly watches, man.
Yeah, a kind of collectible weird stuff.
Not even,
Well,
man. They are not collectibles, Timbo.
Yeah,
Don't tell me
well,
it's
some people
collectible.
collect them. No, there's people who collect them, but they lose money on it. Like, just because something doesn't increase in value doesn't mean that it's not collectible. There's people who collect, those little porcelain figurines,
Yep.
right? Yeah, those collections are not worth anything, but still, it doesn't mean that they're not collectible to those people that collected them. Some
okay.
people just like collecting kind of uglier watches. Because they're cheaper. There's actually the price point is cheaper, and it is sometimes you can take a really ugly watch and match it up with costume and make it look hot.
Okay. He's taking because I looked at his site.
Hmm.
Federico is taking the fairly good watches, the Omegas or whatever pieces that he can get to our Nardin watches that are not as popular and they're probably gone down in value, resell. But he knows what to buy them at, to source them at low enough to still get his profit. He's been
like
always
look at
good at
this
that.
one, for example. EPOS.
The
It
fuck?
stands for E piece of shit.
Gary's the biggest shit.
That's a good one.
It's the electronic piece of shit, but you buy online. It's just like
It's horrible. His site is
electronic.
horrible. He's got
Yeah.
the worst inventory of anybody.
Okay.
Yep.
He
Well-
knows the price point to buy this at. He
Yeah,
probably paid $5 for.
Well,
Well,
that's what I'm saying, Buckley.
Yeah.
He knows what to buy them at and still make his profit.
Buys them for
Well,
nothing.
Yeah, that is just total junk.
Daniel, who is buying this watch, man?
Brody, $2 super chat, $10 for cats to
What's
do a
this?
fist squat.
oh God, I don't know about that one. I think we're
Look it
finished
up,
for
Daniel. We
today.
need the money. I'm desperate here. The super chat, the show is basically dead. Let's just be honest. The super chats are over. So I don't know. I have to think of either other job or I don't know what to do. So
No,
if
Brody.
anybody has any ideas, Daniel Katz, thank you so
No, Brody.
freaking much for all
Thank
the
you,
help.
but
What do you
Brody, that is really hard. You have to really strong knees for that one. I can't. I'll do a progression for a
A
pistol squat.
progression. Okay.
This is a progression to a pistol squat, and I'm not good at it because, first of all, I'll bring this down to the floor again.
Mhm.
I cannot do the full, or else I'm going to be sent to the hospital. Cannot do the full. First of all, I can do a squat. The squat is this. I can do that. Okay.
Okay. All right.
The pistol squat, the idea is to go full on one leg, which I'm not going to do.
Oh.
So it's like, here, see if I can do it
Oh my
here.
God.
So I'm just going to give the idea of doing the
Ah.
pistol squat. That's,
Wow. Oh, yeah.
you know, that's a progression towards a pistol squat, but I
This
don't
is
have the
how you
strength.
work on it. You strengthen
Yeah,
towards the seat. So you sit down. you
towards,
just-
yeah. No, but the pistol squat, you see the figure skaters doing it, and they
Yeah.
go all the way down. Plus, they do a twirl. The figure skate, they're amazing. They
Jesus.
twirl while doing a pistol squat. I can't do that, but I can do a bit of it.
Okay.
Is it important to do this stuff? No, I just happen to do this stuff. You know. Oh God, that's
Jesus.
a drag. That guy's really wow. Where did you pick this one up? Holy smokes!
Crazy.
Yeah,
God, this guy's gonna live till 148.
I don't know, but that's
That's a
Jimmy,
dragon squat. My
That's
God.
Daniel in 1920s.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, so this is the progression. Okay, you
Th-
start
Now
out.
that's doing at least to be able to
Yeah.
do squats. That's a start, and
then-
doing
yeah.
that's a progression.
Oh, with the pole.
Okay, can I
holding-
stop all of you? There's absolutely zero reason to do any of this dumb shit. This is the risk reward ratio on this stuff is horrendous. Don't do this.
It's the easy way to break one of
This
your.
guy's a fucking moron. Movement David, you're an idiot.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not. I'm kind of with you, Buckley. But the progressions are kind of cool because where the guy was. Go back to the ledge, Tim. The guy that was on the ledge for a second.
I hear.
That one. Go to
Yeah.
that one. What he's doing. That one is
That's
healthy.
good. And this one.
And
is good.
this one, this is good because you're strengthening your legs and your pelvis and your
And
glutes.
with the arm, that could be also useful.
That's
Not
also good.
necessary, but he's just trying to progress to something that maybe Buckley's right about. You don't
Yeah.
really have to do it. The whole idea is making the body made up so many parts. Just moving the joints around. The joints love that in all parts of the body. You're strengthening the muscles around them plus the joints. Weightlifting's also good, but this is these guys. Hopefully, they marry a little bit of weightlifting with doing this stuff. It's just great for the whole body. No, you don't have to do
No.
the dragon squat.
Yeah, but until you tear all your tendons in your knee or your hip.
That's where you have to know where to go to. Maybe 60% effort. You don't try to go to your peak of the movement and cause trouble. That's true. A lot of people that did the advanced Ashtanga yoga, Buckley, the ones with the twists and turns that were originally meant for 7 to 13-year-olds, it was embraced by people in their late 20s and 30s between working on their PhD in some topic. They were busy trying to do these impossible moves. Now they've injured themselves and they can't walk, some of them, because they
Yeah.
try to do those twists and turns. And that's ridiculous, the Ashtanga yoga. But this is something else that may also not be so necessary, but the progression is good. Now, Brody is asking for Daniel to hook up to his oxygen tank. I'm not,
Please.
Brody.
Daniel, we need the $10. Come on, please do it.
We need the $10, Daniel. You know how it is.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, boom! Technically, that counts.
Technically,
By the way, in the private chat, I dropped the link. I don't want to dox John P, but I put a link to his investments. He has a public website where he shares all the
But that's
companies.
okay. We can pull it out.
Yeah.
It's a public thing. If you put it on his own website,
Why does he do that?
I don't know. Maybe he's running like an investment company. Look, he has his own website where he shared. We are actively investing in seeds early stage. So he has investment company. He's investing in Delray, Sinclair, Straps, Andor, Salesforce Custom Solutions, Music Arts. What is this? B2B community. Maybe I should this is my type of stuff. I should copy his investments. I should invest in this stuff.
Yeah, if
Hold
you want to lose money.
But I mean, why?
Timmy, you should pitch to the investors to get some money for yourself.
Whoa, he has 8 million video views. Instagram. He's an investment guy. Enter watch media. Oh. And he I guess he's investing into like luxury stuff. He's an influencer too.
Yeah, I mean,
11,000 doesn't matter to me.
these terms you're using are really loose.
Yeah.
It's almost as good as Daniel Katz's pistol squad argument.
Pistol squad. Look at this. He's an entrepreneur, investor, and watch industry expert.
Oh, okay.
You see?
he's doing
has-
startups. That's
he
his
has-
thing is startups, I guess.
What is MSc from Brown University?
Master of Science. Yeah.
Master of Science.
Master of Super Chats.
Master of Super Chats. Super Chats. I definitely did not master that one because we're not doing so well. Common Man watches the cap was still on MDI and therefore the medications you just took was not administered. Try again with cap off.
Does this man wants to kill Daniel or what?
I know,
Oh,
right?
this I was just acting to this. I'm staying away from the inhalers. That's if he's referring to this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay
By
away.
the way,
I don't
Common
really need it.
Man Watches for some reason has my what looks like my Daytona as his avatar.
That looks like a Platona to me.
It's Platona.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's not a common man's watch. Platona is not common. You think
Marcelo
Platona's
has one. Timmy, Marcelo has one.
Marcelo has one? Okay, I guess they're common. Jean Pietres, yeah, interesting character. Interesting. I wish we'd get him on the show to talk about investment and business and some actual advice from his thing. Look at this. He's got LinkedIn.
Well, approach him and Federico maybe and see who answers. John's replied to me on occasion.
Yeah.
So
Why
see if he
why are
reaches
you reaching out to John P?
It looks like an interesting character. I want to look. He has his own, YouTube where he talks about watches. Oh, he has a video about leaving too.
Why is he leaving? What happened?
He got bought out by an investor. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got bought out by OC.
Nope.
Congratulations.
OC is too intelligent to buy into that business.
I demand 50% ROI.
Brody, $2 super chat. $10 for Tim to shave and show all the 3 chins. Maybe a little bit later. Hey, Alex. Whoa.
Sorry.
Alex?
Hey.
You
Good
okay?
God, man, you're up late.
Are you in a fishbowl?
He's fixing his audio.
Why I'm leaving Del Rey watches.
Why do the Brits hate sleep?
I don't know.
Maybe he slept and then he got up again.
He's getting up for work,
You
maybe.
ever notice that they all hate sleeping?
Yeah,
They
but
really do.
if all the best entertainment in the world was in prime time in Hawaii and required you to stay up and watch it starting at 11 o'clock at night, you'd probably
No, I
have
wouldn't.
to. No,
Zero
okay.
chance. No, zero
Let's
chance.
be honest, this is
You know how I
a
know
show
this?
that's
How I know
worth
this?
staying up for.
I remember being in Italy and thinking, wait, Tim doesn't come on until 11 o'clock at night? Fuck. Fuck this. See you in 2 weeks, man. I'm not watching
Yeah,
this.
forget it.
Forget this.
Uh,
Go
but
away.
Buckley, I will take Tim over Italy. To be honest with you, Buckley.
Zero chance.
Alex?
Alex.
Hello?
Alex,
Oh, his audio.
Alex, Alex,
Oh.
Ooh, ouch.
Cut the feed. Cut his microphone. It's
Turn the
stuck in
turn the
loop.
speakers off.
Jesus.
Turn the speakers.
Try
Alex,
again,
it's not
Alex.
working. Audio is not working.